There comes a moment in every chosen one's journey where heaven stops asking you to be soft and starts requiring you to be sharp, where the robe of mercy is not removed, but it's reinforced with the armor of fire. You were taught to turn the other cheek, and yes, love is still your foundation, but now your survival demands more than love. It demands strategy, precision, boundaries forged in boldness and sealed by spiritual fire. You've been applauded for your kindness, praised for your patience, but lately, hasn't it felt like the very purity of your heart has become a magnet for betrayal? Haven't you noticed how the more gentle you are, the more violently you're tested? This isn't just your imagination. This is spiritual warfare, camouflaged in ordinary moments, encoded in human interactions, concealed beneath smiles that lie and systems that oppress. And yet, here you are, still breathing, still rising, still shining. If you've ever felt like being good was getting you nowhere, this message was written for you. If your soul has ever whispered, "Enough is enough," then hear this clearly. You're not crazy. You're not broken. You're not becoming cold. You're becoming dangerous to darkness. You're not losing your light. You're learning how to wield it. Type 777 in the comments if something in you is stirring, if this is the shift your spirit has been waiting for. And to every single one of you who supported this space with a super thanks, from the depths of my heart, thank you. You're not just giving, you're fueling a movement. You're keeping the trumpet of truth sounding across every nation. Because the truth is, being chosen doesn't mean being silent. It doesn't mean being a doormat. And it definitely doesn't mean being a slave to what God told you to conquer. The time has come to stop apologizing for your power. What if I told you that your breakthrough is not being delayed? It's being trained. What if I told you that the version of you God is about to unleash won't just survive demons, but dominate them? What if I told you that everything they feared you'd become, ruthless, unshakable, spiritually armed, is exactly who you were born to be? Get ready, because what you're about to hear isn't just revelation, it's your permission. Let's begin. God's chosen ones, stop being nice. 10 ruthless moves you must make to defeat darkness. Do not give dogs what is holy, and do not throw your pearls before swine, lest they trample them underfoot and turn to attack you. Matthew 7:6. From the moment you inhaled your first breath on this battlefield called Earth, you were conditioned, no, programmed, to believe that boundless mercy was your greatest superpower. They whispered it like a sacred mantra. Be kind, be forgiving, be the bigger person. But what they never told you was that mercy without structure is not compassion, it's corrosion. You were taught to extend grace before you could even recognize the stench of manipulation. They trained you to turn the other cheek before you even had a chance to understand the weight of betrayal. And so you did. Again and again, you handed out forgiveness like candy, offering your light to people who were never hungry for healing, only for control. You believed with a holy kind of innocence that love could convert a wolf into a lamb. That perhaps, if they touched your purity long enough, they'd awaken to their own. But what happens when your light becomes their drug? When your softness becomes the blueprint for their domination? Mercy, when offered to those who weaponize it, becomes the rope they use to hang your destiny. That's not sainthood, that's spiritual self-harm. Have you ever asked yourself why Jesus told the disciples to shake the dust off your feet when a place rejected them? Matthew 10:14. Was it not an act of mercy to walk away? Mercy not just for them, but for yourself? So you wouldn't rot in the same soil that refused to grow you? Even Jesus, in his divine perfection, refused to stay where he was dishonored. That wasn't cruelty. It was clarity. It was calibration. It was divine discernment in motion. Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. Proverbs 4:23. Ruthlessness for the chosen is not fueled by rage. It's a precision instrument, a scalpel, not a sword. It's like the pruning knife in a vineyard. The vine dresser cuts not to destroy, but to protect the fruit-bearing branches from rot. Why? Because growth demands severance. The unfruitful must be cut off, John 15:2, or the entire tree risks disease. Architecturally, mercy without limits is like building a cathedral without structural reinforcement. The weight of history, memory, and pain collapses the sanctuary you're trying to become. In physics, if a system has no resistance, it spirals into chaos. Energy must be contained to have power. You are no different. Boundless giving without boundaries leads to energetic entropy. Your light dissipates into dysfunction. Take the story of Abigail. In 1 Samuel 25, she intervened to stop David from killing her foolish husband Nabal. Her wisdom, not her submission, saved her household. She wasn't nice, she was strategic. She wasn't passive, she was prophetic. And when Nabal died of his own arrogance, God didn't weep. He removed the obstacle. Abigail married David, not because she was merciful, but because she knew when to speak, when to act, and when to walk away from a man who would never change. In our time, Malala Yousafzai, an education activist and Nobel Peace Prize laureate, embodies this sacred ruthlessness. Shot in the head at 15 for demanding the right to learn, she chose discernment over silence. She didn't return kindness to her oppressors in a way that kept her small. She reclaimed her voice, protected her sanity, and chose legacy over fear. In contrast, we've also seen how unchecked mercy can lead to destruction. Elizabeth Holmes, the once revered biotech entrepreneur, charmed investors and employees into silence. Many knew something was off, but they gave her the benefit of the doubt. They showed mercy. They stayed loyal. And in doing so, they helped enable a billion-dollar deception that destroyed careers, health, and trust. Mercy without truth becomes complicity. You might remember Camille, a single mother who kept forgiving the same man who drained her emotionally and financially. Each apology pulled her deeper into exhaustion. She mistook persistence for holiness. It wasn't until her son said, "Mom, I hate how you cry every night," that she finally closed the door. Not with bitterness, but with boundaries. That moment became her resurrection. What about in nature? Consider the sea cucumber. When attacked, it expels its internal organs to distract predators and escape. But if it does this too often, it weakens itself to death. That's what happens when you keep giving parts of yourself to survive relationships that only want to feed on your insides. So, what are you still watering that has already withered? What door have you left cracked open in the name of compassion while your peace bleeds out from the threshold? Why are you still bleeding for those who smirk at your sacrifice? Who taught you that drowning yourself was how you learned to swim? You've mistaken being a peacemaker for being a martyr. But blessed are the peacemakers, not the people-pleasers. The peacemaker knows when to pour oil and when to pull the sword. You're not being cruel when you walk away. You're not being cold when you protect your space. You're not un-Christ-like when you refuse to be used. You are stepping into divine discernment, the resonance of clarity vibrating through your bones. Sometimes the most merciful thing you can do for the world is to disappear from the places that devour your soul. And when your hands tremble and your heart aches as you close the door, heaven doesn't call that weakness. Heaven calls it strength. He who walks with the wise becomes wise, but a companion of fools will suffer harm. Proverbs 13:20. There is a language that darkness understands, and it's not kindness, it's not politeness, It's not your intention to turn the other cheek or your habit of offering second chances. No, in the realm of shadows, only one dialect is universally respected: power. You've seen it already, haven't you? The more compassionate you are, the more some people try to test your limits. They don't draw near because they admire your light. They hover because they believe it can be consumed. You were raised to think that if you just loved harder, forgave faster, or stayed humble longer, you would change the world. But evil doesn't respond to love letters. It only backs off when it meets resistance. What if your hesitation was their hunting signal? What if your silence has become the scent that draws predators? You must become more than light. You must become fire. When the Bible describes Jesus, it doesn't only say he was gentle. It also says his eyes were like flames of fire. Revelation 1:14. The Lion of Judah does not whisper when demons roar, and neither can you. In every dimension, spiritual, psychological, relational, evil is drawn to voids. Physics tells us that high-pressure systems always rush toward low-pressure ones. If you walk into the world with collapsed boundaries, you create a vacuum that attracts the dark. Your indecision becomes a signal of invitation. Your softness, if not shielded by authority, becomes a buffet. There's a reason why David, a shepherd boy, had to become a warrior king. Goliath didn't flinch at Israel's kindness, but he fell at the force of a stone hurled by conviction. And Elijah, though a prophet, didn't politely debate the prophets of Baal. He called down fire from heaven publicly, 1 Kings 18:38. These weren't acts of cruelty. They were expressions of sacred power. Even in the animal kingdom, certain species radiate deterrence. The pufferfish inflates not to attack, but to signal, "I will not be easy prey." Likewise, your soul must radiate frequencies of spiritual voltage that disrupt dark resonance. Your kindness must not be passive. It must be ionized, electrically charged with discernment and holy refusal. Dr. Miles Monroe, the late Bahamian pastor and leadership teacher, once said, "What you tolerate, you cannot change." He taught that dominion is not a personality trait, it's a posture of spirit. He believed in the architecture of influence. That authority must be built brick by brick through clarity, conviction, and confrontation. Not cruelty, but certainty. Contrast that with the manipulative rise of Charles Manson, cult leader of the infamous Manson family. His control wasn't gained through power, it was through exploiting softness. He preyed on seekers of peace, love, and community. Their gentle hearts became the soil for his terror. The absence of discernment became the doorway for destruction. And history remembers the cost. You may recall Damon, a youth counselor with a voice like honey and a heart full of warmth. Everyone loved him, until a parent challenged the way he overlooked clear signs of bullying and manipulation in the youth group. He believed his role was to be neutral, but neutrality is not holiness, it's complicity. Eventually, the toxicity he ignored imploded, scattering trust and wounding souls. Damon learned, too late, that peace without protection is a lie. How many versions of Damon have you encountered? How many times have you been told to be nice, while something inside you screamed, "But this isn't right"? How many battles have you lost not because you lacked love, but because you lacked fire? For God gave us a spirit not of fear, but of power and love and self-control. 2 Timothy 1:7. Let your presence become atmospheric warfare. Let the room shift when you speak, not because you're loud, but because your frequency is sharp. The anointing on your life must create interference with demonic Wi-Fi. Your soul must be a fortress, not a hallway. Your voice must echo like a trumpet in realms where silence once ruled. This world will not hand you your crown. It will mock you, delay you, try to domesticate you, and the ones wrapped in darkness will test the edges of your light until they find a breach. But when you walk with holy thunder, when your kindness has boundaries and your empathy is flanked by fire, they back away. They can't consume what refuses to stay flammable. Let your smile be sharp. Let your love be discerning. Let your energy hum at a voltage too costly for leeches. And when you enter the room, let the darkness not just notice, but tremble. They will fight against you, but they shall not prevail against you. For I am with you, declares the Lord, to deliver you. Jeremiah 1:19. You spent years wondering why your presence unsettles people who barely know you, why your silence feels louder than their shouting, why, even when you try to be small, someone always seems to feel threatened by you. It's not because you've done anything wrong, it's because you carry something disruptive, something ancient, something spiritually coded into your DNA that the enemy recognizes before you even speak. The opposition you've faced isn't confusion, it's a reaction to your calling. Darkness doesn't attack what doesn't carry consequence. That tension you feel, it's not rejection, it's revelation. Revelation that you were never meant to be received by places you were sent to overthrow. He trains my hands for battle, my arms can bend a bow of bronze. Psalm 18:34. From the beginning, heaven trained you in secret, not to fit in, but to shake the system. And so you learned, slowly, painfully, that favor attracts warfare. You learned that your gifts made you a target, that your discernment made others defensive, that your ability to see what others ignore made you inconvenient. But this wasn't meant to break you. It was meant to build a fortress inside you. Because those called to carry divine blueprints must first survive environments that try to erase them. Joseph in Genesis was hated not for wrongdoing, but for dreaming. His brothers didn't despise his behavior, they despised his future. Before he ever touched Pharaoh's palace, he was thrown into a pit, sold as a slave, and wrongly imprisoned. What looked like exile was actually exposure to dimensions of leadership only pain could unlock. His voice would one day preserve nations, but first, it had to be forged in loneliness. Gideon too was called a mighty warrior while hiding in fear. God didn't wait for him to feel strong before he assigned him strength. And when Gideon rose, he defeated armies with only 300 men, not by might, but by obedience to divine strategy. Even Jesus was rejected in his hometown, not because of lack of love, but because of spiritual familiarity. The prophet is never honored where people are too familiar with the shell to see the spirit. Do not be afraid of them, for I am with you and will rescue you, declares the Lord. Jeremiah 1:8. So why are you still explaining your power to people committed to misunderstanding it? Why do you keep watering down your message to avoid making others uncomfortable when your very presence was designed to shift atmospheres? Do you really believe your anointing was given so you could be liked? Or were you set apart to be followed by fire, even if it means walking alone? How many more times will you apologize for carrying something sacred simply because others are too blind to recognize the scroll written on your spirit? You weren't called to decorate the cage. You were born to break it. Ruthlessness for someone chosen like you is not about cruelty. It is clarity. It is refusing to allow the voices of limitation to echo louder than the whisper of God in your bones. It is the holy act of walking away from rooms that demand you dilute your oil. It is realizing that peace without power is performance, and you weren't born to perform. You were born to embody. Like Nehemiah, who rebuilt Jerusalem's walls with one hand and held a weapon in the other, you are called to construct destiny while defending it. Authority is not arrogance, it is alignment. The world teaches you to be polite in the face of dishonor, but the kingdom teaches you to walk with fire in your voice and thunder in your steps. Amanda Gorman, the youngest U.S. inaugural poet, stood in front of the world with a trembling voice and declared words that pierced centuries of silence. Her power didn't come from volume, It came from spiritual voltage. Her story, marked by speech impediments and racism, did not stop her rise. It shaped it. And when she spoke, even those who didn't agree with her had to listen. Her presence became architecture, structurally undeniable and spiritually resonant. In contrast, we see the story of Harvey Weinstein, once a titan of the film industry, now synonymous with disgrace. He built his empire through manipulation, intimidation, and exploitation. People stayed silent for years, tolerating the infection because of the power he seemed to hold. But when the reckoning came, it wasn't just his career that fell, it was the entire structure of silence around him. His downfall revealed that illegitimate power, no matter how established, cannot withstand the judgment of truth. What you build with intimidation will eventually collapse under its own corruption. Ezra grew up in a small town where people only saw the surface. He always felt things deeper, heard undercurrents in conversations, and noticed lies before they were spoken. Branded too intense for most of his youth, he almost gave up on his instincts, until one day his sensitivity saved a young girl from a hidden abuser. No one had seen what he saw, no one had listened, but that one moment restored his sense of purpose. Ezra didn't use his discernment to gain influence, he used it to protect others. His intuition, once mocked, became a mantle of protection. His story reminds you, when the world tells you you're too much, it's usually because you're touching something they're too afraid to confront. The kingdom of heaven suffers violence, and the violent take it by force. Matthew 11:12. You were never sent here to keep the peace. You were sent to disrupt false harmony, to speak when silence has become complicity, to rise when others kneel to fear. You are not the echo of broken systems. You are the voice of a coming order. And that voice was not meant to be explained. It was meant to be established. Stop shrinking to fit places God is dismantling. Stop rehearsing apologies for a fire heaven lit inside you. The world doesn't need another agreeable presence. It needs a holy disturbance, and that's who you are. So rise not to convince, but to command. Move not to be invited in, but to occupy. And speak not for approval, but because the Spirit has placed a trumpet in your chest. The age of whispering is over. The era of thunder has begun, and you are no longer a hidden seed. You are the uncontainable harvest. There is a shift that occurs in the Spirit when you finally learn the sacred discipline of boundaries, not the kind born from fear or bitterness, but the kind forged through clarity. When you stop apologizing for your discernment and start trusting your spiritual radar, the frequency of your life begins to change. The chaos that once clung to you like fog starts to thin. The drama that once knocked daily at your door starts to pass you by. You are no longer a magnet for meaningless noise, but a signal tower for divine alignment. This is not selfishness, it's soul conservation. It is understanding that your energy is a sacred resource, and anything that drains it without purpose is an agent of delay. Be very careful, then, how you live. Not as unwise, but as wise, making the most of every opportunity, because the days are evil. Ephesians 5:15-16. The shift begins when you stop auditioning for roles in other people's broken scripts, when you stop explaining your worth to those who've already decided not to see it, when you stop trying to resurrect what heaven has already buried. Ruthlessness in this holy sense is not cruelty, it's spiritual engineering. It is the architectural act of redesigning your internal life to carry only what aligns with your purpose. And in that new structure, not every voice fits. Not every invitation deserves a yes. Not every battle is worth your sword. Jesus himself modeled this discernment. When the Pharisees came to trap him in debate, he didn't answer every accusation, Matthew 27:14. When the crowds wanted to make him king by force, he withdrew, John 6:15. He wasn't apathetic, he was precise. His mission was too urgent to be detoured by performance. Likewise, Nehemiah, while rebuilding the walls of Jerusalem, was asked 4 times to come down and meet with his enemies. Each time he responded, "I am doing a great work, and I cannot come down." Nehemiah 6:3. That is holy ruthlessness, refusing to entertain what would weaken your focus. Better a patient person than a warrior, one with self-control than one who takes a city. Proverbs 16:32. Clarity repels chaos. When you stop casting your pearls before swine, when you stop giving eternal energy to temporary people, life becomes distilled, focused, sharpened. You stop fighting to prove. You start living to fulfill. And when that happens, the battles that show up at your doorstep aren't petty distractions. They're sacred confrontations designed to reveal your next level. The moment you become ruthless with your attention, heaven becomes generous with your acceleration. Have you ever wondered why some people, the moment you set a boundary, reveal a hostility you never expected? Could it be they weren't aligned with your future, but with your dysfunction? How many opportunities have you missed because you were still entangled in battles that didn't belong to your destiny? How often have you delayed the arrival of divine relationships because you kept feeding expired ones? Do you still believe that love means enduring what dishonors you? Or are you ready to walk in a love that elevates rather than depletes? Consider the example of Deborah in Judges 4, a prophet, a judge, and a warrior. When Barak hesitated to lead Israel into battle, she didn't coddle his uncertainty, she stepped into command. Her leadership wasn't a reaction, it was a response to clarity. She knew when to act, whom to walk with, and when to release divine judgment. Her ruthlessness wasn't harshness, it was alignment, and through her clarity, an entire nation was delivered. In our time, Dietrich Bonhoeffer, German theologian and anti-Nazi dissident, refused to stay silent during the Holocaust. While many spiritual leaders chose safety and compromise, Bonhoeffer joined the resistance and was eventually imprisoned and executed. He wrote, "Silence in the face of evil is itself evil." His focus cost him his life, but preserved his legacy. He didn't fight every fight, only the one that mattered. And because of that, history still trembles at his conviction. On the other side, we see Adam Newman, the former CEO of WeWork. Once hailed as a visionary, he blurred boundaries, merged personal ambition with company funds, and attracted battles of chaos. Investors were distracted by his charisma, but underneath, the lack of structure led to collapse. His fall reminds us that energy without alignment becomes entropy. Charisma without character becomes combustion. You might also picture Layla, a wellness coach who spent years investing in people who only called when they needed something. Every text she sent to encourage others, every time she cancelled rest for someone else's crisis, slowly drained her. It wasn't until she missed a major opportunity because she was helping a friend who didn't show up for her that something in her snapped. She didn't become hard, she became wise. Now she protects her mornings like sacred temples. She doesn't explain her boundaries, she enforces them. And ever since, her business, relationships, and inner peace have flourished. Nature teaches this too. The African acacia tree releases tannins when overgrazed, making its leaves toxic to predators. It doesn't apologize for protecting itself. It simply recognizes the imbalance and self-corrects. That chosen one is not arrogance. That is biological discernment. Let your yes be yes and your no be no. Matthew 5:37. So ask yourself, what chaos have you been attracting because you were too afraid to prune your circle? What blessings have been circling your life but unable to land because your atmosphere is still cluttered? When will you stop watering dead things and start guarding what actually grows you? Are you willing to leave behind the applause of the familiar to walk into the silence of the focused? Can you trust that the people who leave when you sharpen your boundaries were never equipped to walk with you into battle anyway? You are not here to fight everything. You are here to fight what matters. And when you become ruthless in your devotion to purpose, life starts handing you the right opponents. Not distractions, but divine confrontations. Not chaos, but clarifying war. And this time, you're not fighting to prove your worth. You're not fighting to survive. You're fighting to win, and win with integrity, precision, and fire. Your calling was never small, and neither was the weight of what you were sent to carry. You weren't born to float quietly through life, avoiding waves and pleasing crowds. You weren't crafted to decorate comfort or echo mediocrity. You were sent here with a frequency so specific, so generationally necessary, that heaven encoded a calling within your soul capable of confronting bloodline curses, dismantling demonic patterns, and birthing legacies. But here's the hard truth. You cannot carry that kind of mantle with paper-thin boundaries. You cannot protect the flame of divine assignment if you leave the door of your soul open to anything that knocks. Weak boundaries are silent agreements with the enemy. They are spiritual liabilities, exposing your energy to exploitation, draining your clarity, and diluting your anointing. Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. Proverbs 4:23. Some will tell you that setting boundaries is selfish, that protecting your peace is prideful, that saying no is unkind. But spiritually, boundaries are not defense mechanisms. They are divine protocols. Jesus himself withdrew from the crowd to restore his strength in solitude. Luke 5:16. Even the Son of God didn't let endless demand devour his presence. Why should you? Elisha didn't send Gehazi out of laziness. He later went in person because he understood that some assignments require your specific resonance. And when Paul was forbidden by the Spirit to enter Asia, Acts 16:6-7, it wasn't rejection, it was redirection. Some no's are heaven's way of protecting your frequency from distortion. Let your eyes look straight ahead. Fix your gaze directly before you. Proverbs 4:25. But what happens when you don't enforce boundaries? You bleed slowly. You say yes when your spirit screams no. You show up for people who vanish the moment you need help. You overextend for validation, only to wake up empty, aching and unrecognized. Have you asked yourself how much of your exhaustion is spiritual robbery disguised as compassion? How many opportunities have passed you by, not because you lacked skill, but because you were too depleted to answer the door? Have you been so conditioned to carry everyone else's crisis that you've stopped noticing your own slow collapse? Dr. Edith Eger, a Holocaust survivor and psychologist, once said, "If you don't learn to say no, your body will say it for you." After enduring Auschwitz, she spent decades teaching others how to reclaim their freedom, not just from trauma, but from emotional slavery. For her, boundaries weren't about being guarded, they were about being whole. Her life proved that survival requires more than endurance. It requires stewardship. She didn't survive by people-pleasing. She survived by learning when to close the door, even in love. In contrast, Jim Jones, the cult leader behind the Jonestown massacre, rose to power not because he was godly, but because he preyed on the boundaryless. He offered security to the vulnerable, demanded loyalty masked as devotion, and led hundreds into destruction by suffocating their discernment. They called it faith. It was spiritual manipulation. He is proof that where boundaries are absent, darkness builds its throne. Evil doesn't need your permission. It only needs your passivity. And then there's Jordan, a brilliant business strategist with intuition sharp enough to read people in seconds. But for years, she gave freely to those who only saw her as a resource, not a person. Every consultation drained her, Every quick favor robbed a little more from her future. One day, after collapsing in her kitchen from exhaustion, she finally asked herself a sacred question. What if the people you keep trying to impress aren't even called to your destiny? That question changed everything. She rebuilt her life. She charged for her time. She restructured her schedule like a spiritual temple. And from that place of holy boundaries, her influence finally grew. Not through burnout, but through balance. Nature echoes the same truth. The electric eel releases controlled bursts of energy, sometimes enough to paralyze its attacker. It doesn't use this energy constantly. It conserves and deploys it with intention. The eel doesn't apologize for protecting itself. It understands that power requires management. Your spirit is no different. Every time you agree to what dishonors you, you short-circuit your own wiring. Every time you say yes out of guilt instead of guidance, you disrupt the architecture of your own legacy. In repentance and rest is your salvation. In quietness and trust is your strength. Isaiah 30:15. So why do you still live like your soul is public property? Why do you keep allowing those who only show up empty-handed to withdraw from your sacred account? How many divine instructions have you ignored just to avoid discomfort? How long will you burn yourself to keep people warm who would never carry a flame for you? Have you forgotten that if you collapse, your mission collapses with you? Do you truly believe you can carry a kingdom-sized mantle while giving your emotional energy away like loose change? You weren't sent to be available to everything. You were sent to be assigned. And assignments require order. They require gates. They require discernment at the door. Ruthlessness, for someone like you, is not a character flaw. It's spiritual intelligence. It is choosing restoration over reputation, purpose over people-pleasing, sacred rhythm over social approval. It is saying no, not because you lack love, but because your love is too powerful to be wasted. It is conserving your essence so that you can show up for the real battles, the real people, the real purpose. You are not called to die of spiritual exhaustion. You are called to live as one who guards their fire like gold. Because if your flame goes out, the scroll you carry may never be read, and heaven did not write that legacy for you to burn out before it unfolds. You've been taught that pain makes you worthy, that the more you suffer, the more spiritual you are, that if you endure long enough, surely heaven owes you something in return. But chosen one, pain was never meant to be the altar you worship on. It was never the destination, only the tunnel. God does not hand out crowns for how long you've bled. He releases promotion when you turn that bleeding into blueprint. Your sacredness is not defined by your scars, but by the systems you build out of survival. Suffering shaped you, but it is not your calling. The world will not reward your agony. It bows only to the clarity, strength, and wisdom forged from that agony. But he said to me, "My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness. Therefore, I will boast all the more gladly about my weaknesses, so that Christ's power may rest on me." 2 Corinthians 12:9. There is no medal in heaven for being destroyed in silence. There is only fruit from what you rebuilt after the destruction. Look at Job. He lost everything, his wealth, his children, his health. But God did not restore him simply because he suffered. Restoration came when Job began interceding for others. Job 42:10. His breakthrough wasn't in his tears. It was in the posture he chose in the ashes. So if you're still clinging to your sorrow like a security blanket, understand this. Your pain is holy, but it's only activating if you rise. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. Genesis 50:20. Joseph was betrayed by his brothers, thrown into a pit, falsely accused and imprisoned, but his elevation came not because he suffered, but because he managed his suffering with spiritual architecture. He didn't allow his trauma to make him bitter. He allowed it to make him strategic. By the time he stood before Pharaoh, he wasn't bleeding. He was interpreting dreams. He was managing food supplies. He was building infrastructure. He became the solution to a famine. And what about you? Are you still telling the story of your pit, or are you building systems in the palace? You may say, "But no one saw what I went through." True, but heaven did. And now heaven is watching to see whether your suffering turns into stewardship, whether your heartbreak turns into healing for others, whether your crush moments will be compost for something eternal. The world does not kneel for open wounds. It kneels for embodied resilience. Angela Duckworth, a psychologist and researcher known for her work on grit, defined it as passion and sustained persistence applied toward long-term goals. She discovered that success rarely favors the most talented. It favors the most consistent, the ones who rise after humiliation, the ones who work through rejection, the ones who understand that pain is only powerful if it's processed into motion. Duckworth's findings confirmed what God has always revealed in Scripture. Your reward is not in your tears, it's in your traction. But there are also those who mismanage pain and weaponize it. Richard Nixon, the 37th President of the United States, began his political career with noble intentions. But after years of scandal, resentment and paranoia, he sabotaged himself. The Watergate scandal wasn't simply about a crime. It was about a man who could not regulate the wounds of his ego. Instead of turning pressure into purpose, he turned it into power lust. And the consequence wasn't just personal, it was national disgrace. This is what happens when unresolved suffering becomes strategy without surrender. And then there's Sarai, a gifted contemporary dance artist whose life seemed choreographed for tragedy. Her father left, her mentor betrayed her, and her dreams were mocked into silence. For a while, she danced only in the dark. No stage, no audience. But something shifted when she stopped trying to be understood and started creating for herself. Her pain became vocabulary. Her movement became medicine. Now her performances have brought healing to trauma survivors globally. She didn't ask for applause. She embodied authority. Her pain was never her purpose, but it birthed her presence. The righteous may fall 7 times, but they rise again. Proverbs 24:16. How long will you keep expecting crowns for suffering that hasn't matured into strength? How much longer will you wear your wounds like proof of purpose instead of turning them into wisdom? Are you still waiting for applause from the same people who ignored your pain? Are you still expecting blessings to fall because you endured the fire, even though you've yet to use the ashes to build a foundation? What strategy have you built from your sorrow? What sword have you forged from your silence? What proof have you offered that you're ready not just to receive the blessing, but to protect it? In nature, wild Mongolian horses survive in some of the harshest environments on Earth, not because they're the fastest, but because they adapt. They grow thicker coats in winter, change terrain, shift patterns, and never hesitate to run when danger draws near. Their survival isn't rooted in softness, it's rooted in selective strength. That's what heaven is calling you into. Not gentleness that allows destruction, but fire that refuses to die. Strength for you is not optional. It is sacred. It is steady. It is ruthless, not because it's unkind, but because it's aware. Aware that your softness alone won't shield your purpose. Aware that your compassion must be protected by clarity. Aware that endurance alone doesn't guarantee elevation, but evolution does. Ruthlessness doesn't mean you stop feeling. It means you stop leaking. It means your sorrow no longer defines you. It deploys you. You are not here to bleed forever. You are here to build. And heaven is not asking for your suffering. It's waiting for your strategy. Your heart is not ordinary. It was built with chambers wide enough to carry nations. It loves without expiration dates, without holding back, without needing a reason. But if you've noticed the bleeding, the betrayal, the patterns that seem to repeat despite your goodness, understand this. Love without wisdom is not holy. It's hazardous. Your capacity to feel deeply is sacred, but without discernment, it becomes a weapon turned inward. You were not created to be drained in the name of compassion. You were called to rise through clarity. And this is my prayer, that your love may abound more and more in knowledge and depth of insight. Philippians 1:9. The enemy studies you. He doesn't only attack your weaknesses, he preys on your strength when it's uncalibrated, when he sees you're quick to forgive without boundaries, eager to save those who keep cutting you, generous even to the ones who mock your giving. He doesn't have to destroy you. He just has to keep you exhausted. That's how toxic partners, manipulative relatives, and parasitic friendships survive. They don't need to overpower you. They just need you to never choose yourself. Look at Samson, loved by God, gifted with supernatural strength, but he gave his heart to Delilah without discernment, and she became the gateway to his downfall, not through violence but through seduction that bypassed wisdom. His ruin didn't come from weakness, it came from unprotected love. And what about you? Have you fallen into patterns where your love was louder than your judgment? Do not give dogs what is holy. Do not throw your pearls to pigs. If you do, they may trample them under their feet and turn and tear you to pieces. Matthew 7:6. Love is not always proof of alignment. Just because you feel deeply doesn't mean you are safe. Ruthlessness for you isn't the absence of love, it's the refinement of it. It is the emotional intelligence to recognize when your giving has become self-erasure. It is the spiritual strategy to withhold affection from those who consistently mishandle it. It is the wisdom to know that holy love builds, while false love bleeds. Bell Hooks, cultural critic and author of All About Love, once wrote that love and abuse cannot coexist. She taught that real love is rooted in justice, mutuality, and care, not just feeling. In her work, she dismantled the romanticized notion of sacrifice as the highest form of love and reframed love as an ethical practice, not an emotional gamble. Her philosophy mirrored scripture, that love without truth is manipulation, and truth without love is cruelty. Her legacy reminds us that love must be held accountable to wisdom. On the other end of the spectrum is Anna Sorokin, also known as Anna Delvey, a con artist who deceived New York's elite by pretending to be a German heiress. Her victims weren't stupid, they were emotionally manipulated. She leveraged charm, vulnerability, and the illusion of intimacy to drain resources from people who confused generosity with connection. Her story is a warning. When love is unguarded, deception finds a home. You might also picture Ezra, hospice chaplain who entered every room with tenderness. He believed love could always break through. But after months of neglecting his own health, sleeping in hospital chairs, and emotionally absorbing every patient's pain, he found himself in an ICU bed, collapsed from exhaustion. It wasn't until a nurse whispered, "You never gave yourself what you gave everyone else," that he broke. He recovered, but he came back different. He now offers care with boundaries, presence with pacing. His love is no less deep, but it is no longer destructive. Nature reinforces this. In a beehive, the queen bee must be protected, not because she is superior, but because her survival determines the survival of all. If she is overexerted, distracted, or exposed too long, the colony collapses. Her love for the hive is proven not by self-sacrifice, but by strategic focus. You, chosen one, are carrying a similar role. Your well-being is not just about you. It's about the systems, souls, and scrolls tied to your obedience. Love must be sincere. Hate what is evil. Cling to what is good. Romans 12:9. What kind of love are you carrying? One that heals or one that hollows you out? Are you loving out of alignment? Are you still giving access to those who trample what's holy? Do you confuse chaos with passion, or endurance with intimacy? Are you loving to feel needed, or because you are truly safe and seen? How many times have you excused manipulation because it came wrapped in affection? How much more will you let your heart starve while feeding everyone else's appetite? Ruthless love is not cold, it is clear. It gives where there is growth. It stops where there is rot. It does not try to fix what refuses transformation. It doesn't wait endlessly for apologies that will never come. It moves forward, selectively, strategically, sacrificially, but never suicidally. You weren't chosen to love until you disappear. You were chosen to love in a way that resurrects. And resurrection love is wise. It knows when to stop pouring, when to close the gate, when to stop trying to prove your worth to people who only understand control. Divine love doesn't confuse, it clarifies, it protects, it builds, it honors. And that is the kind of love you're being called into now. There is a version of you rising now that the enemy hoped would never survive. A version not obsessed with approval, not entangled in codependence, not distracted by false light or spiritual performance. You are becoming the kind of warrior that doesn't just believe in God, but walks in the weight of His authority. And this, chosen one, terrifies hell. They triumphed over him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony. They did not love their lives so much as to shrink from death. Revelation 12:11. The devil does not lose sleep over passive believers who whisper prayers without conviction. He's not concerned with the empath who weeps endlessly but never draws a line. He isn't moved by soft light that never burns. His realm survives on your passivity, on your fear of confrontation, on your addiction to false peace. But when your love becomes discerning, your silence becomes strategic, and your no becomes holy, you become a different kind of threat, a ruthless one that hell can no longer seduce, shame, or scatter. David wasn't feared by Goliath because he sang psalms. He was feared because he stepped into battle while others hid, 1 Samuel 17. And when he stood before the giant, he didn't flinch. His words weren't uncertain. His posture wasn't polite. He declared, "This day the Lord will deliver you into my hands." That is ruthless faith, not recklessness, but prophetic precision. And now you are becoming that same kind of warrior, not the one who weeps at every opposition, but the one whose scars sing of unshakable survival. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. Psalm 23, verse 5. The devil hates when your scars become songs, when your trauma becomes blueprint, when your suffering becomes vocabulary, because now every time you speak, you prophesy to systems of oppression. Now, your silence disrupts demonic rhythms. Your resilience reroutes ancestral curses. That's why darkness is trembling, not because you survived, but because you rose different. In history, Harriet Tubman was more than an abolitionist. She was a spiritual general. Escaping slavery was not her victory. It was her initiation. What made hell tremble was that she went back again and again to set others free. She carried visions. She discerned threats. She led souls through darkness guided by divine frequency. And not once was she caught. Ruthlessness wasn't cruelty. It was calling. She wasn't loud. She was lethal. But those who channel spiritual power without surrender become dangerous in a different way. Aleister Crowley once called the wickedest man in the world distorted spiritual truths to advance chaos. A man of charisma and brilliance, he weaponized ritual and language to invite darkness under the guise of freedom. His influence led to waves of occultism that still ripple through modern culture. He is a reminder, power without obedience breeds spiritual corrosion. And then there's Zahir, a fictional yet familiar name. Once a timid child born into a lineage of fear, shame, and silence. His family survived through compliance, but Zahir began asking forbidden questions. He studied scripture in secret. He practiced stillness until he could hear God in his bones. One day, he confronted a long-standing pattern of generational abuse, not with rage, but with truth. That confrontation cracked a spiritual wall in his bloodline. Now, he doesn't just walk in peace, he commands it. His name, once whispered in fear, is now spoken with reverence. What about in nature? The North American grizzly bear doesn't provoke battles, but when threatened, it doesn't retreat. It stands, it holds territory, it protects its young with a ferocity guided by instinct, not hatred. This is how you must stand now, not attacking everything, but defending your light with force that unapologetically reshapes the atmosphere. The God of peace will soon crush Satan under your feet. Romans 16:20. What has hell been hoping you would never awaken to? What kind of power did trauma bury that you're finally ready to dig up? How many times have you silenced yourself to keep others comfortable while your spirit screamed? Are you still trying to reason with demons that only understand dominion? Are you defending old cycles just to avoid confrontation? What would happen if you stopped asking for peace and started enforcing it? How would hell respond if you began to speak not from your pain, but from your positioning? You are not who you were. You are no longer asking for a seat. You're building the table. You don't just radiate light, you command terrain. The prayers you now whisper carry thunder. The boundaries you draw crack spiritual patterns. Your presence makes demons nervous, not because you are perfect, but because you are anchored. You've walked through fire. You've been misunderstood, misused, and mistaken. But you never lost your mantle. You just hadn't yet learned how to carry it fully. Now you do. You are the kind of chosen one hell fears, not because you retaliate, but because you don't flinch, because you forgive without folding, because you love without losing yourself, because your scars don't make you fragile. They make you fearless. And every time you rise, kingdoms that weren't built on truth begin to fall. You weren't chosen to survive. You were sent to overthrow. You were not an afterthought in heaven's design. You are the blueprint your ancestors wept for in intercession. Every cell in your body carries a resonance of divine assignment. You are the result of answered groanings in the spirit, the manifestation of sacred architecture laid in eternity's foundations. That's why the attacks weren't ordinary, because your existence is a threat to every demonic system built on generational bondage. The Spirit of the Sovereign Lord is upon me, because the Lord has anointed me to proclaim good news to the poor, to bestow on them a crown of beauty instead of ashes. Isaiah 61:1-3. But here is where the deception begins. Pain made you forget. Rejection told you to shrink. Delay whispered that maybe you were just meant to cope, not conquer. And without realizing it, you began wearing wounds like they were credentials. You thought if people saw your suffering, they would finally validate your value. But heaven doesn't reward endurance without evolution. Your tears have power, but not if they stay stagnant. You were never sent to be pitied. You were sent to be disruptive. Yes, the betrayals cut like blades. Yes, the silence felt like drowning. But no one ever built a legacy from wounds they refused to let scar. And this world will not remember you by how long you bled, but by what you birthed out of that blood. Your legacy cannot be built inside the narrative of victimhood. Victimhood is a frequency. It pulls in pity but repels authority. It draws temporary comfort but delays generational deliverance. You weren't meant to vibrate in low resonance. You were sent to realign atmospheres. You were running a good race. Who cut in on you to keep you from obeying the truth? Galatians 5:7. So let me press into your spirit. How long will you keep clinging to the story where you're always broken, always betrayed, always waiting? How many altars have you built to moments God already buried? Are you still seeking applause for surviving when He's trying to promote you for shifting history? Are you still clinging to loyalty for people who would rather see you bound than crowned? Who convinced you that humility meant silence and that love required tolerating betrayal? When Joseph stood before Pharaoh in Genesis 41, he could have led with trauma. He could have recounted the pit, the chains, the forgotten prison years. But he spoke the language of solutions, not sorrow. That is legacy. When Esther stood before the king, she didn't plead for sympathy. She exposed an empire's genocide with courage soaked in clarity. That is legacy. When Paul penned letters from prison, he didn't beg for release. He transformed the cell into a sanctuary. That is legacy. Irina Sendler was a Polish nurse during the Holocaust, virtually unknown for decades. Under Nazi rule, she smuggled over 2,500 Jewish children out of the Warsaw Ghetto, hiding them in boxes, coffins, and underground tunnels. Captured, tortured, and sentenced to death, she refused to give up a single name. After the war, she returned to ordinary life in silence. No medals, no fame. But legacy doesn't wait for applause. It breathes through obedience. Irina didn't survive for pity. She walked in destiny's silence until the world caught up. But when pain is left unhealed, it mutates. Joseph Goebbels, chief propagandist of Nazi Germany, once studied theology and aspired to write novels. Rejected by the world for his club foot and deep insecurities, he chose manipulation over mercy. He twisted truth into weapons, turned crowds into killers, and poisoned entire generations. He proved what happens when brokenness becomes bitterness, when one's legacy becomes a monument of destruction, not deliverance. Let me show you another face. Alea. She was an overlooked single mother, working night shifts in a hospital. For years she gave and gave until one night she collapsed in the supply room from sheer emotional starvation. Her breakdown became a portal. During recovery, she began writing letters of hope to patients who had no family. Those letters became a book. That book became a foundation. That foundation now helps restore women coming out of abuse. Alea never got a stage, but her legacy built one for others. There are volcanoes sleeping beneath the surface of mountains. People call them dormant. But dormant does not mean dead. It means contained. You are not burnt out. You are stored fire. And when the time comes, that fire doesn't just scorch. It reshapes geography. That's what you carry. When you finally reject victimhood, your spiritual tectonic plates shift. You erupt with holy alignment. You don't just survive, you restructure the entire atmosphere. Do not remember the former things, nor consider the things of old. Behold, I will do a new thing. Now it shall spring forth. Isaiah 43:18-19. So I ask again, how long will you deny your eruption? How long will you sit in ashes when heaven is handing you oil? How long will you keep replaying betrayals when destiny is waiting for your obedience? How many years will you call low frequency peace just because it's familiar? When will you realize the cage was never locked? You just forgot you had wings. Victimhood might feel like a shield, but it's actually a weight. And you cannot carry divine legacy with hands full of excuses. Ruthlessness is not cruelty. It is sacred engineering, the alignment of memory, mission, and movement. It is how spiritual architects dismantle oppression and rebuild inheritance. It is the roar behind your quiet strength, the steel beneath your mercy, the thunder within your peace. You are not a survivor. You are a system breaker. You are not fragile. You are forged. You are not someone waiting to be chosen. You are the evidence that someone already was. And the world doesn't need another voice crying from the pit. It needs your war cry from the mountaintop. You were not called to live bleeding. You were called to build with blood that has been refined, not spilled. So rise, not as someone who's waiting to be saved, but as someone who is finally remembering they were sent. They thought your gentleness meant fragility. They mistook your silence for surrender. They laughed at your softness, called it naivety, treated it like a weakness waiting to be broken. But what they didn't realize is that your softness was never a flaw. It was a gateway, a spiritual portal engineered by heaven to carry a frequency only the strong in spirit could withstand. The meek shall inherit the earth, not because they are passive, but because their restraint is infused with divine fire. They saw tears and assumed you were weak, but in the kingdom, tears are technology. Your sorrow was data. Heaven used to recalibrate your discernment. Your softness was a crucible, God's way of preserving the sanctity of your soul while training your spirit to discern toxicity in disguise. You weren't broken, you were buffered, protected from becoming like the very systems sent to destroy you. What if the softness they mocked was actually the evidence that you survived the war with your heart still intact? What if the empathy they criticized was actually your mantle, coded in heaven's DNA? What if your tenderness wasn't a liability, but your weapon? Have you ever noticed that Jesus didn't raise his voice when confronting Pilate, but kingdoms still fell? That he wept before raising Lazarus, and yet even death obeyed him. He was oppressed and afflicted, yet he did not open his mouth. He was led like a lamb to the slaughter. Isaiah 53:7. Your softness was the storm in disguise. Like water, fluid, adaptable, seemingly harmless, but over time, carving canyons through mountains. Nature itself hides its fiercest power in soft forms. The wind that kisses your cheek today can become a gale that levels empires tomorrow. The seed buried in quiet soil today can shatter concrete with roots tomorrow. You, chosen one, were designed the same way. When Florence Nightingale, a nurse, reformer and founder of modern nursing, entered disease-ridden hospitals during the Crimean War, many dismissed her as a delicate woman playing savior. But her data-driven reforms and iron compassion cut mortality rates in half. Her softness reshaped the entire healthcare system. She didn't yell. She didn't conquer with force. She changed the world with gentleness, informed by strategy. Now contrast her with a man like Heinrich Himmler, one of the architects of the Holocaust. Rigid, emotionally devoid, obsessed with control. His coldness wasn't strength, it was spiritual deformity. He wore cruelty like armor, but his empire was built on rot. And it collapsed, because true power never sustains itself through fear, only through legacy, only through light. And what about Eva, the mother who raised 2 autistic children in a society that mocked her patience? They called her delusional. They told her she was wasting her life, but while they mocked, she built. She created learning systems based on rhythm and visual frequency. Her approach is now used in schools across continents. Her softness educated a generation. What the world dismissed as foolish was actually prophetic architecture encoded in maternal instinct. So I ask you, how long will you apologize for being soft? How many times will you silence your discernment just to avoid being too sensitive? How long will you tolerate people who see your love as leverage? Who told you that strength meant becoming hard? Who taught you that being tough meant becoming numb? Who made you believe that stillness was weakness and nurturing was a burden? And who said that power had to look like noise when heaven moves best in silence? In returning and rest you shall be saved. In quietness and confidence shall be your strength. Isaiah 30:15. You've reached the moment where your softness must no longer be hidden. It must be wielded. You're not here to conform to their definitions of strength. You're here to redefine it. Ruthlessness doesn't always look like roaring. Sometimes it's the refusal to let this world harden you. Sometimes it's the quiet courage to keep feeling, keep healing, keep loving, but now with boundaries forged in flame. Psychologically, softness with discernment is emotional intelligence at its highest form. Spiritually, it's frequency modulation, the ability to shift atmospheres without speaking a word. Architecturally, it's tensile strength, the paradox where the most flexible structures withstand the greatest pressure. You weren't built to shatter. You were built to bend and reform the world around you. You are no longer the open field others trample on. You are the mountain they can't climb, the river they can't stop, the garden that only heaven tends. Your softness is no longer theirs to define. It is heaven's to weaponize. It doesn't make you fragile. It makes you unforgettable, unshakable, untouchable by the schemes of hell. So stop hiding what God made holy. Let them say you're too much, too tender, too deep. Let them speak. But while they're speaking, you'll be building. While they're mocking, you'll be multiplying. While they're questioning your heart, you'll be rewriting bloodlines. The softness they mocked was actually the gate. And behind that gate, chosen one, was unshakable supernatural strength. If this message pierced through the noise and found the deepest part of you, it's because your spirit was ready. You didn't just stumble across this revelation. Heaven scheduled it. You've spent too long apologizing for your light, shrinking in the name of false peace, mistaking passivity for purity. But not anymore. Now you know the truth. Being chosen doesn't mean being silent, soft, or spineless. It means wielding both compassion and conviction. It means protecting your anointing with fire when necessary. It means standing, not just for yourself, but for every soul watching you rise, waiting to see if it's possible to be both holy and unshakable. So, let this be your final warning to the darkness. The days of playing nice are over. You've stepped into your divine authority, and you're not backing down. Not for comfort, not for approval, not for anything less than heaven's standard. If this message lit something inside you, if it made you straighten your back, clench your jaw, and remember who you are, then type 1111 in the comments and let the realm know. You're no longer playing small. You're here to disrupt, to dismantle, to deliver. Don't walk this journey alone. Hit like, share this message with someone who's about to break free, and subscribe so you never miss a prophetic word designed to armor your soul. And to everyone who's supported this channel, especially through super thanks. Your generosity fuels this sacred fire, and I'm deeply, genuinely grateful. But even if you simply showed up and listened, thank you. Your presence here was divine alignment. Now go, not with fear, but with fury wrapped in faith. May the Lord bless you, keep you, and crown every ruthless act done in righteousness with unshakable victory. You were chosen for this. Now rule like it. Chosen one, has it ever haunted you? How hard they laughed. Not just a harmless chuckle, but that mocking kind of laugh. The one that stings like betrayal in disguise. They didn't laugh with you. They late you. Why do people mock what they secretly fear? Why is it that your faith made them uncomfortable, even before it bore fruit? They laughed when you were starting over. They laughed when your dreams sounded too big for your surroundings. They laughed when you showed up with nothing but vision and audacity. And yet, here you are, still breathing, still becoming, still rising. They couldn't see it then, but heaven did. While they were betting on your breakdown, God was busy scripting your breakthrough. They thought your silence was surrender, but it was sacred, it was strategy, it was divine suspense. What if the silence wasn't the absence of movement, but the womb of a miracle? You see, what they called delusion was actually prophecy in motion, and what they mocked behind closed doors has now become the very thing that's shaking the rooms they thought they controlled. The impossible you pulled off didn't come from ambition, it came from alignment. They thought you were crazy when you kept going after all the no's. But the truth is, you were crazy enough to believe God's yes was bigger than man's rejection. They laughed, but you built. They doubted, but you dug deep. They gossiped, but you grew. And now, they're silent, refreshing your page, watching in disbelief, whispering to each other. How did they do it? Comment 777. If you feel this word tugging on something ancient inside you, because this isn't just another success story. This is spiritual evidence, a holy reversal, a plot twist so divine, even the angels are smiling. And to every soul who's ever believed in this message, supported this channel, or sowed into this mission through a super thanks, thank you from the deepest part of my heart. Your encouragement is proof that light always finds its way, even through shadows. But here's the part that should keep them up at night. You haven't even peaked yet. What if the thing they mocked was the very thing heaven anointed? What if everything they thought was finished was only your foundation? What if the very thing they laughed at becomes the blueprint others will study? What if your rise wasn't just for you, but for every person watching who still wonders if God can do it through someone like them? Stay right here, because what we're about to uncover next, it explains exactly why your victory wasn't just personal, it was prophetic. This isn't about showing off. It's about showing what happens when heaven endorses the very one the world rejected. Let's go deeper. Let's get into it. God's chosen ones, they laughed until you did the impossible. Number 1, they laughed because they couldn't read the blueprint. God's chosen one, while they were laughing, you were laying foundations. You weren't tweeting milestones or broadcasting every tiny breakthrough. You weren't loud in your progress, but you were lethal in your precision. They stared at your stillness and called it stagnation. But you knew something they didn't. Still water runs deep. You weren't frozen, you were focused. Why rush to impress people who weren't assigned to your destiny in the first place? Why waste breath explaining yourself to those who never held the spiritual clearance to understand what you were birthing? They thought you were behind, but in reality, you were building behind the veil. The public didn't see your planning sessions with heaven. The critics didn't sit in on your inner deliverance. While they ran around collecting applause, you were in private boot camp, refining your discernment, confronting inherited trauma, and detoxing from illusions that had clouded your purpose for years. Have you ever noticed how those who do the least talking often carry the most authority? Could it be that your quietness wasn't weakness, but divine positioning? In Judges 6, the angel of the Lord found Gideon threshing wheat in hiding, not leading armies, not commanding stages. He was in obscurity, and yet heaven called him mighty warrior. Why? Because God wasn't looking at the noise Gideon made, but at the war he was already winning within. What if your silence was never empty? What if it was sacred? They laughed at Gideon until the impossible happened through him. The same story repeats with Jesus. In John 7, when his own brothers mocked him, saying, "No one who wants to become a public figure acts in secret," Jesus simply replied, "My time is not yet here." They didn't know he was constructing eternity's victory behind the scenes. He wasn't late. He was legendary. And so are you. A real-life example. Consider Zanele Muholi, a South African visual activist and photographer. Years before international recognition, Muholi was quietly documenting the realities of black LGBTQ+ communities in places the world ignored. No hype, no press, just silent, consistent truth-telling. Today, Those same photographs that were once dismissed are archived in major museums, altering global conversation. How many laughed before the world finally listened? And I remember Amari, a school janitor in her 50s, walking home at midnight every night, carrying grocery bags and books. People mocked her routine, her worn shoes, her silence. But what they didn't see was that she was secretly studying for a degree in education. She had a dream to open a community literacy center, and 5 years later, she did. Her silence wasn't poverty, it was strategy. Now the same neighbors who whispered behind her back send their children to her center for hope. Why is it that so many confuse movement with progress? Why do they assume the loudest person is the wisest? Why are they so quick to ridicule what they haven't stayed still long enough to understand? Could it be that their insecurity gets triggered by your discipline? Could it be they mocked you because deep down they feared you? Creation speaks in symbols. An oak tree doesn't scream its way into the sky. It grows silently beneath the surface for years before anyone ever sees its majesty. The butterfly doesn't announce the cocoon. It emerges in beauty, leaving skeptics stunned. The volcano doesn't send invitations. It erupts when ready. You too were hidden on purpose, not buried, planted, and now they're just beginning to feel the quake of your bloom. Romans 8:18 reminds you, I consider that our present sufferings are not worth comparing with the glory that will be revealed in us. You weren't surviving the delay. You were preparing for a reveal. The laughter was just background noise to your spiritual excavation. While they danced for attention, you dug deep to anchor your vision in eternity. Every layer of pain you peeled back, every tear cried in secret, every boundary drawn in obedience, became bricks in the blueprint of a life that cannot be shaken. Now they're scrambling to reverse engineer what you manifested, but they don't understand. This wasn't random. It was architectural. Every perceived failure, a scaffolding, every closed door, a reinforced gate, every lonely night, a silent contract between your soul and the throne room of God. They're in awe now, not because you asked for it, not because you showed off, but because the fruit of your focus exposed the hollowness of their performance. You were the silent architect, not a loud laborer. And while they laughed, you laid the impossible brick by brick. Number 2, they misread your motive. You were fulfilling prophecy, not seeking revenge. They thought you were chasing applause, but you were chasing assignment. While they were watching to see if you'd clap back, heaven was watching to see if you'd stay the course. What happens when your victory isn't loud, but holy? When your comeback doesn't scream revenge, but whispers revelation? What if your whole journey was never about proving them wrong, but proving God right? God's chosen one, their biggest mistake wasn't just underestimating your strength, it was misunderstanding your motive. They assumed your every step was fueled by bitterness, by a desire to show them up. But that's because they've only ever known how to move from pain, not purpose. You weren't performing to spite them. You were walking in prophecy. You weren't trying to cancel them. You were honoring a covenant. Your decisions didn't come from ego. They came from obedience. And that's what confuses them most. They can't trace your rise to the things that motivate the world. No anger, no attention, no thirst for validation. Just a deep sacred yes that echoed through your entire life, even when no one was clapping. In 1 Samuel 16, when David was anointed, he didn't run to prove Saul wrong. He went back to the fields. He wasn't shouting for attention. He was practicing with lions and bears, sharpening his gift in silence. Why? Because when God ordains your rise, the throne will call for you at the appointed time. Can they handle the fact that you didn't fight for a platform, but God handed it to you through perseverance? There's a moment in Luke 4:18 where Jesus reads from Isaiah in the synagogue and declares, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he has anointed me to proclaim good news to the poor." He didn't read that to silence the skeptics. He read it to confirm alignment with heaven. What if you're doing the same? Not defending your name, but declaring your assignment. They wanted you to be reactionary. They predicted that you'd self-destruct under their silence. They waited for you to spiral, to snap, to sink. But instead of being crushed, you clarified. Instead of retaliating, you refocused. Why are they so startled by your stability? Why are they scrambling to interpret your peace? Could it be because it reveals the poverty of their own internal chaos? Consider this. Pope Francis, before becoming one of the world's most recognized spiritual leaders, lived in quiet simplicity in Buenos Aires. He rejected attention, rode public transport, and lived in a small apartment. People assumed he was insignificant until God elevated him not for fame, but for faithfulness. His rise wasn't flashy, it was founded. And then there's Soraya, a midwife from a forgotten coastal village. No one knew she was waking up at 3 a.m. every day to pray over mothers and unborn children. No one knew she used her small income to feed teenage girls who'd been abandoned. One day, when a massive flood cut off the village and medical help was unreachable, it was Soraya who delivered 12 babies in candlelight and saved lives. When the government came to honor her, she didn't say a word. She just looked up, whispered, "I was sent," and kept serving. Are they shaken because you didn't collapse where others did? Are they disturbed by the grace that remains on you despite their plots? Do they feel the weight of something eternal resting on your shoulders? Something that refuses to move for manipulation? Creation understands you even when people don't. The moon doesn't roar, but it governs the tides. The seed doesn't speak, but it splits concrete in time. The wind doesn't announce itself, but it changes entire landscapes. You were never called to be loud, you were called to be lasting. Isaiah 55:11 declares, "So is my word that goes out from my mouth. It will not return to me empty, but will accomplish what I desire." Your life is that word. You are the living evidence that heaven doesn't need permission from man to manifest purpose through a vessel. You didn't rise from spite, you rose from surrender, and that's why you're untouchable. Now, they're learning the truth the hard way. You were never driven by drama. You were driven by destiny. Your power didn't come from proving anyone wrong. It came from proving the one who called you was always right. The whispers didn't shape you. The prophecy did. And that's why you don't need to defend yourself now. Your fruit speaks. Number 3, they mocked the process, but you were becoming the masterpiece. They didn't understand the power of your silence because they were too entertained by the sound of their own mockery. They thought your stillness was surrender and your quiet was confusion. But it wasn't silence, it was strategy. You weren't sitting in defeat, you were sitting in discipline. And while they were investing all their emotional currency into jokes, gossip, and sarcasm, you were compounding your growth moment by moment, lesson by lesson. They made you the center of their jokes, the character in their private theaters of cruelty. How many times did they drop your name into conversations not to celebrate you, but to strip you of dignity? How often did they scroll your progress with smirks, assuming you'd never be more than a dreamer with broken blueprints? Did they really believe that constant ridicule would shrink your faith? Did they think laughter could drown the voice of destiny? In Genesis 37, Joseph's own brothers mocked his dreams. "Here comes the dreamer," they sneered before throwing him into a pit. But what they didn't realize was that every betrayal was fuel. Every rejection was alignment. They weren't sabotaging Joseph's purpose, they were securing it. Could it be that those who mocked you were unknowingly pushing you closer to your throne? You weren't responding with rants, You were responding with refinement. The more they laughed, the more you leaned into purpose. And when the noise got louder, your inner world got sharper. Proverbs 15:2 says, "The tongue of the wise makes knowledge attractive, but the mouth of fools blurts out foolishness." Their words may have circled like flies, but your wisdom took root like an ancient oak, steady, deliberate, unmoved. Publicly they laughed, privately you labored, and now their voices are fading, drowned out by the roar of your results. Let's pause and look at real life. Amanda Gorman, the poet who spoke at a US presidential inauguration, once had a speech impediment. Teachers mocked her diction. Classmates rolled their eyes at her poems. But while they whispered, she worked. While they chuckled, she chiseled lines of brilliance in solitude. The same voice they discounted became the voice that moved millions. That's not revenge, that's divine return. I once met Levi, a mechanic from a dusty roadside town. His friends laughed when he said he was learning robotics at night using borrowed books. "You're not MIT material," they told him. "You fix scooters." But 5 years later, Levi created a low-cost prosthetic arm using salvaged parts for a boy who had none. That invention was featured in a national exhibit. The same men who mocked him now introduce him with pride. But Levi, he just keeps building, because the master doesn't need to prove he's a master. The work does that. Why do they waste so much breath trying to minimize what they fear? Why do those without discipline mock those who are committed? Could it be that your very presence exposed their complacency, that your refusal to respond stooped them into silence? The lion doesn't roar while hunting. The storm doesn't shout before it strikes. The glacier doesn't scream while reshaping the land beneath it. Some of the most powerful forces in nature are utterly quiet until the aftermath reveals their greatness. You became one of those forces, and now what they mocked is moving mountains. Job 8:21 declares, "He will yet fill your mouth with laughter and your lips with shouts of joy." But notice, it's God who gets the last laugh, not the crowd. You weren't built to be anyone's entertainment. You were designed to be a revelation. Your glow-up wasn't petty, it was prophetic. Your mastery didn't happen overnight. It happened in the nights they forgot you were still rising. While they invested in tearing down your name, you were building up your nature. While they tried to define your ceiling, you were smashing through limits they couldn't even perceive. Now the air feels different when you walk into the room. The very people who once laughed the loudest suddenly go quiet, not because you silenced them, but because excellence makes noise that ego can't compete with. You didn't just level up, you outgrew their entire framework. You became the evidence that mockery is weak fuel, but purpose is eternal fire. And the best part, you never had to say a word. Your life spoke, your mastery testified, and heaven smiled. Number 4, you were never a supporting role, you were the story shift. They tried to reduce your life to a stereotype. You were supposed to be the quiet one who never quite made it, the filler character in their grand performance, the predictable failure with a forgettable end. They watched from the audience of your life, smug in their assumptions, convinced they knew your next line. But what happens when the one they labeled as background noise becomes the turning point of the whole story? You were the divine disruption their egos never planned for. You were the plot twist that wrecked their lazy narrative. They had cast you as the underachiever, the almost made it, the eternal struggler. But who gave them the right to write your ending? Whose pen were they holding? Certainly not yours, and not heaven's either. Chosen one, what if the real reason they're confused now is because your silence wasn't weakness, it was editing? What if your delay wasn't failure, it was foreshadowing? They expected your story to wrap up in tragedy, but all you were doing was turning the page to resurrection. Scripture paints this perfectly. In Acts 9, Saul was feared, hated, and dismissed as a villain. But then came the light. In a single moment, the plot flipped. Saul became Paul, the author of epistles, the preacher to nations. The same people who once feared him now followed him. Isn't it just like God to rewrite stories in a way no man can predict? And in Esther 4:14, Mordecai says to her, "Who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this?" They assumed Esther was just another pretty face in the palace, but she turned out to be the pivot point of an entire nation's survival. What if your life is echoing that same divine suspense? Their real issue isn't just that you rose, it's that you rose without their blueprint. You didn't follow their timeline. You didn't wait for their green light. You didn't rehearse their lines. You walked off their set and started producing something from heaven's storyboard. Why do they struggle to celebrate what they can't control? Why do they panic when you don't follow their expectations? Could it be that your very existence now confronts the lies they built their confidence on? Before the world knew her name, Viola Davis was told she was too dark, too intense, too serious to ever lead. Casting directors boxed her into roles of pain and poverty, but instead of fighting for their approval, she created her own lane. Years later, she didn't just star in the roles. She won Emmys, Oscars, and produced the narratives herself. She didn't just act in someone's script. She became the script they couldn't deny. Or take Elian. He was a quiet kid in foster care, known for getting lost in his sketchbooks. The others called him Daydreamer. But what no one realized was that Elian wasn't escaping. He was architecting. Years later, the same boy unveiled a graphic novel that won national acclaim for its raw depiction of surviving abandonment and transforming pain into art. And suddenly, the daydreamer became the storyteller. The punchline became the plot. You didn't fit in their mold because you weren't made in their image. You were made in God's. And the story he's writing through you doesn't require the permission of people who misunderstood your first draft. There's something sacred about the way eagles fly. They don't flap frantically like smaller birds. They ascend on thermals, those invisible waves of wind. No one sees the wind, but they see the rise. And by the time the other birds realize what's happening, the eagle is already in a realm they cannot reach. That's you. Quiet, ascending, undeniable. Romans 8:28 says, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him." That includes the mockery. That includes the exile. That includes the rejection. You didn't just endure the chaos. You rose above it and flipped the entire outcome. And now they're left reading your life like a story they never studied for. They're confused because you didn't fit the ending they predicted. They're stunned because you turned their ridicule into rhythm, their stage into a stepping stone. You're not a chapter they can close. You're the climax of a narrative. Heaven, designed from eternity. You're the twist that cannot be undone. And they've run out of words because the story you're living now makes their assumptions obsolete. Number 5. Your silence was the sanctuary where power was reborn. They thought the silence meant surrender. They watched you vanish from their timelines, leave their events unread, walk away from the noise, and they assumed that meant you lost. You pulled back, but they misread the posture. You disengaged, and they called it collapse. But God's chosen one. How often does transformation look like isolation before it ever resembles victory? They were so addicted to your visibility that your invisibility threatened them. They assumed your absence was weakness, not realizing it was preparation. But what if the real story is that your silence wasn't an ending? It was incubation. What if the void they mocked was actually where your voice found strength again? In Luke 5:16, it says of Jesus, "But he would withdraw to desolate places and pray." Not once, not occasionally. It was a rhythm, a holy habit. He wasn't avoiding the world. He was absorbing divine strength. Why do they forget that separation is often the sanctuary of revelation? When Elijah collapsed under the broom tree in 1 Kings 19, exhausted and hunted, even he thought he was finished. But God sent an angel, not to scold him, but to feed him. "The journey is too much for you," the angel said. And in the cave that followed, Elijah didn't hear God in the wind or the fire, but in the still, small voice. Could it be that your cave season wasn't punishment, but placement? They watched your disappearance and wrote obituaries over your name. But in your hiddenness, heaven was reintroducing you to your assignment. While they were tracking your absence, you were building inner infrastructure that no one could sabotage. They never asked, what if they're ascending in silence? They never paused to consider that solitude is often where giants are born. Why does the world expect you to bleed publicly to prove you're alive? Why is stillness misjudged as stagnation? Could it be that your isolation triggered them because it revealed their dependence on chaos? Could your calm be confronting their counterfeit confidence? Angela Merkel, before she became one of the most powerful leaders in Europe, was often dismissed as too quiet, too cautious, too invisible. But during moments of political storm, her silence wasn't absence, it was assessment. She didn't shout to be heard. She waited, watched, and then moved with precision. And that stillness shifted continents. And then there's Rayen, a young woman who left a toxic online activism circle. Her disappearance sparked rumors. She burned out. She couldn't handle it. But while they tweeted assumptions, she was meditating, studying systemic ethics, planting gardens, and writing essays by candlelight. 2 years later, her return wasn't loud, but her published thesis on healing-centered justice became a global resource. She didn't clap back. She contributed, and the silence was never void. It was voltage. They tried to define you based on noise, but you were being defined by knowing who you are, knowing what no longer deserves access, knowing what kind of power cannot be built in crowds. Your silence wasn't a cry for attention, it was a contract with God. Nature teaches it clearly. The caterpillar doesn't evolve in applause, it dissolves in darkness. Total liquefaction before resurrection. And when the butterfly emerges, it never goes back. Your isolation wasn't retreat, it was reinvention. They laughed at your cocoon, but they can't track your flight. Psalm 91:1 says, "Whoever dwells in the shelter of the Most High will rest in the shadow of the Almighty." That's what you were doing. Dwelling, resting, realigning. You weren't defeated. You were being discipled in the dark. And now that you've reappeared, they can't unsee the weight of your presence. You didn't bring noise. You brought atmosphere. You returned with no announcement, no warning, no plea. And that's what shakes them to their core, because now they realize you weren't hiding. You were holy. You weren't out of the game. You were backstage designing the entire strategy. You weren't erased. You were refined. And your silence was never emptiness. It was evidence that something eternal was forming. Number 6. You didn't exit the game. You created a realm. They didn't understand you, so they dismissed you. They couldn't recognize your path, so they ridiculed it. In their system, rules were everything. Rules about how to be seen, how to climb, how to win. But you weren't interested in winning their approval. You were assigned to rewrite the architecture of the entire field. They expected you to follow their formula, conform, perform, pretend. But instead of copying their rhythms, you moved in revelation. You weren't rebellious. You were radical. You weren't disrespecting the structure. You were being delivered from it. They asked, "Why aren't you playing the game?" But you had already thrown out the board. In Daniel 1, when everyone else in the king's palace accepted the food of Babylon, Daniel refused. He chose consecration over compliance. And what happened? 10 days later, he and his friends looked healthier than anyone else. Not because of rebellion, but because of alignment. Could your no to the system be the very reason you're being sustained while others burn out? They saw your quiet and called it confusion, but that was the first signal they didn't know how to read destiny. Why is silence always mistaken for weakness by those who can't hear the voice of God? Why do they panic when someone doesn't run with the crowd? Could it be because your pace threatens their performance? While they were curating content for claps, you were crafting foundation for legacy. They cared about optics, you cared about origin. Their version of success was rooted in visibility. Yours was rooted in spiritual velocity, measured in obedience, not numbers. You weren't trying to rebel, you were being rebuilt. Artist and activist Faith Ringgold, born in Harlem in 1930, once had her work rejected by every major gallery. They told her quilted story paintings weren't art, but instead of conforming, she kept creating. She said, "I just kept on telling the truth." Today, her works hang in the Guggenheim and the Museum of Modern Art. She didn't win because she joined them. She won because she never left her lane. And I'll tell you about Matteo. He ran a food truck no one cared about in a city where flashy chains ruled. People mocked his slow service, his handwritten menus, his refusal to modernize. But what they didn't know was that every dish came from his grandmother's wartime recipe, preserved by memory and prayer. 5 years later, Matteo's truck didn't just survive. It earned a Michelin star. Now he serves meals to presidents, but still refuses to use QR codes. Legacy over hype. Your strategy was invisible because it was divine. You weren't aiming for viral, you were becoming vital. And now they're fumbling because they tried to fight you with applause metrics while you were operating on assignment blueprints. In Matthew 21, Jesus enters the temple and flips tables, not to cause chaos, but to restore purity. He didn't ask for permission. He saw corruption and corrected it. You did the same. You didn't destroy for destruction's sake. You cleared space for something sacred to rise. They studied algorithms. You studied anointing. They partnered with influencers. You partnered with intercession. They built followings. You built foundations. And now every structure they trusted is shaking while yours stands. Why are they confused that you rose without pandering? Why does your peace bother them more than your presence ever did? Could it be they know deep down your impact wasn't manufactured, it was ordained? Could it be they built castles out of validation while you built temples of conviction? Isaiah 43:19 says, "See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it?" You didn't join the parade. You planted a forest. You didn't compete for stage time. You became the atmosphere. Now they whisper about how you changed everything, and they're not wrong. You weren't late. You were launched. You weren't silent. You were sovereign. And what rattles them most is that you never asked to be included. You simply became undeniable. You didn't edit yourself for their stage. You inherited your own dimension. Number 7. They mocked the fire, not knowing you'd rise from the flame. They turned your agony into comedy. What you cried through, they laughed through. They repeated fragments of your pain in whispers, turned your trauma into memes, and dissected your breakdowns like entertainment. They believed your sorrow was evidence of your insignificance. But what if your pain wasn't a punchline? It was prophecy in disguise. They laughed at the season that nearly killed you, not realizing you were being refined, not ruined. Could it be that what they joked about was never weakness, but the very womb of your power? Could their laughter have been the sound of hell trying to distract you from your next dimension? Joseph's brothers laughed at his dreams. They stripped his robe, tossed him into a pit, and sold him like a slave. Yet Genesis 50:20 captures the essence of your journey too. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good, to accomplish what is now being done. Your pain wasn't wasted. It was weaponized by heaven. You weren't just enduring, your spirit was engineering. While they gathered to mock your scars, you gathered strength. While they passed jokes around like rumors, you passed milestones in silence. What if your healing was hidden so deeply they mistook your quiet for collapse? What if your tears were sacred data heaven used to recalibrate your destiny? The nails they aimed to crucify your name became the pegs that secured your platform. In the early 20th century, blues legend Sister Rosetta Tharpe played electric guitar when women weren't allowed on the stage. People mocked her in churches, criticized her in clubs, and called her too wild. But she kept playing. Today, she's called the godmother of rock and roll. Elvis copied her riffs. Johnny Cash credited her boldness. The woman they laughed at became the foundation of an entire genre. Why are they squirming now in your presence? Why can't they meet your gaze without flinching? Could it be because they remember how loudly they laughed while you were crawling? Could the glow you carry now be shining too much light on their lack of vision? Noah was mocked too. While building the ark, people scoffed at the idea of rain. But the same storm that drowned their laughter lifted Noah's obedience. Your rise is not revenge, it's revelation. And that's what disturbs them. You didn't collapse under what they said. You climbed over it. A man named Darian once worked as a janitor in a university. Students laughed at his worn boots and quiet demeanor. But in the back closet, between mop buckets and bleach, Darian was studying calculus and engineering theory. 4 years later, he became the first night shift employee promoted to full professor, not because he demanded attention, but because he devoted his pain to purpose. Your pain birthed pattern. Your grief became blueprint, and while they gossiped for distraction, you trained for destiny. The gym of your soul had one rule: turn every insult into fuel. You didn't just move on, you moved up, quietly, consistently, strategically. Why does your peace bother them now more than your pain ever did? Why do they turn their heads when you enter rooms built from rubble they left you in? Could your very presence be living proof that God builds with broken bricks? Isaiah 61:3 declares that he will give beauty for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning, the garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness. That's not poetry. That's your life. Your beauty was forged in battle. Your glow was grown in grief. Some trees don't bloom for decades. The Tectona grandis, a type of teak tree, spends its early years expanding its root system so deep and wide that nothing on the surface looks remarkable. But when it finally rises, it grows tall, straight, and resistant to rot. That was you. While they laughed at your dormancy, you were building an underground fortress. Their laughter tried to name your delay as defeat, but the roots you set in secret now explain your strength in public. They can't look you in the eye now, not because you are vengeful, but because your existence reveals that they were blind. Your resilience humiliates their assumptions, and your elevation is too undeniable to be coincidence. You never needed applause, you needed time. And now, their past laughter is archived in your museum of becoming. The joke was never on you. The joke was thinking someone like you could be broken by mockery. You weren't the comedy. You were the consequence. You weren't their entertainment. You became their awakening. Number 8. You dismantled their forecast with a future they couldn't fathom. They spoke over your life with the boldness of ignorance. Their confidence was loud, not because they were right, but because they had no clue what God was building in you. They looked at your struggle, your stillness, your silence, and predicted your failure like it was inevitable. They laughed with certainty, forgetting that heaven never consults human predictions. What kind of arrogance makes someone think they can rewrite a life God is still authoring? What kind of blindness convinces a person that your quiet season is proof of your defeat? They studied your pain like analysts studying data. They crafted charts, diagrams, theories built from pride, and forgot one thing: you were still breathing. They assumed you had peaked in brokenness. They didn't realize you were just beginning to gather your oil. They measured your past. God measured your endurance. They couldn't imagine you rising because they couldn't imagine a world beyond their own limits. Could their confidence have been nothing more than ignorance in disguise? In Judges 11, Jephthah was rejected by his family, cast out as illegitimate. But when crisis struck, the same people who mocked him came running for his leadership. He didn't just return, he ruled. The one they dismissed became the one they needed most. You know that story intimately. You lived it. They didn't see the depth of your resilience. They didn't calculate the weight of your spirit. They never considered that the hand of God was secretly working behind what looked like a loss. Why did they feel so sure of your downfall when they never understood your depth? Matthew 21:42 says, "The stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone." Rejection was never a period. It was the setup for prominence. Cara once washed dishes in a forgotten diner, mocked for her broken English and quiet demeanor. But she read every book she found in the trash. 10 years later, she built a water purification system that saved thousands. Now those same managers quote her articles like they always believed. Could it be that they never imagined your victory, not because of your weakness, but because of their limits? Steve McQueen, born to working-class immigrants in London, was told by teachers he lacked focus. Years later, he became the first black director to win Best Picture at the Oscars, not because of their belief, but in spite of it. Why does your rise now feel like a threat to the system they once ruled with ego? Why do they now avoid your name like it carries power they no longer know how to control? You became the contradiction they cannot unsee. Their predictions were built on fear, not foresight. Their arrogance exposed their insecurity. While they whispered, you were working. While they placed bets, you were building blueprints. You didn't just flip the narrative, you rewrote the entire paradigm. A volcano doesn't issue warnings. It sleeps in stillness for years, then erupts without apology. The same silence they mocked is the same force that now shifts the ground under their feet. Could your entire existence be proof that grace cannot be graphed? They're scrambling now, scrambling for excuses, scrambling to explain how the one they dismissed became the one dominating. You weren't supposed to succeed, but you did. You weren't supposed to soar, but you're untouchable now. And they're left facing the truth. They never really saw you. Not because you were invisible, but because they were too limited to imagine someone like you doing the impossible. You were never their projection. You were heaven's plot twist. And now, your presence speaks a truth they can't unhear. Number 9. You redefined power without ever asking for a spotlight. They were obsessed with metrics. To them, power was always loud, counted in followers, measured in engagement, broadcast in likes. They stood on stages built by algorithms and clung to applause like it was oxygen. Every move they made was for visibility, every word crafted for viral effect. But what happens when the crowd disappears? What do you do when your influence evaporates the moment people stop looking? They mistook recognition for authority. They assumed if they were seen, they were sent. But you were never operating from that system. You didn't beg for attention. You cultivated depth. While they inflated their value with pixels and filters, you were growing invisible roots. What kind of strength is built in silence and still shifts the room? What kind of force doesn't need a stage to cause impact? You understood something sacred. Presence carries weight that performance never will. You didn't chase influence. You became influence, not through manipulation, but through mastery. Not through noise, but through knowing. In Acts 5, Peter's shadow began to heal people. Not his voice, not his sermons, not his status. His very presence had power. Why? Because he had been with Jesus, because he carried truth without needing to announce it. That's what you carry too. You walk into rooms and conviction follows. You speak a sentence and atmospheres shift. Why are they still shouting, trying to be heard, while you speak softly and people lean in closer? Why do their highlight reels feel so hollow, while your presence leaves residue? At the height of media glitz, Mr. Fred Rogers, yes, the cardigan-wearing host of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, was once mocked for being too gentle, too quiet. Executives doubted anyone would listen to a man who simply talked about feelings and kindness. But decades later, his words still bring grown men to tears. He didn't need noise, he carried presence, depth without demand. Could it be that your calm is more commanding than their chaos? Nala ran a book corner in a war-torn village, surrounded by rubble and fading memory. No social media, no Wi-Fi, no global network. But every evening, people came. They said her reading voice made them feel human again. Soldiers wept in the back row. Mothers prayed in the corner. Nahla didn't post. She healed. And when a foreign aid worker asked her what her job was, she replied, "I hold space." That's what you've done. Held sacred space in a world addicted to spectacle. Why do they follow trends while you define seasons? Why do their platforms feel temporary while your presence feels eternal? Isaiah 30:15 says, "In quietness and trust is your strength. You weren't weak because you were still. You were becoming unshakable. They mocked your silence, but it was sacred. They ridiculed your slow growth, but it was divine. While they scrambled for reach, you were aligning with assignment. While they begged to be followed, you were becoming someone worth following. That's why the same ones who once scrolled past your stillness are now studying your posture, mimicking your tone, trying to understand how you hold more sway with fewer words than their pages full of captions. Could your influence be irritating to them because it reminds them of what's missing in their own soul? Could your stability be a mirror revealing their frantic emptiness? A lighthouse doesn't move, but it changes everything around it. Ships adjust course for it. Waves shift around it. It doesn't shout, it shines. And so do you. Your consistency didn't come from visibility, it came from conviction. And now, that quiet flame is becoming a wildfire of impact. You didn't go viral, you became vital. You didn't trend, you transformed. And now, popularity has bowed its head to presence. Number 10. They misjudged you because they couldn't discern eternity. They thought they were coming for a person, but they were standing in the way of a prophecy. They studied your resume and sized up your reputation. They ran the numbers and assumed the outcome. But no spreadsheet can measure spirit. No chart can account for a soul backed by heaven's decree. They laughed at your pace, called your silence weakness, and treated your process like a waste of time. But you weren't being delayed. You were being aligned. They couldn't understand how you kept rising without permission, and what made them so confident in their predictions anyway. Was it pride, arrogance, or the illusion that visibility equaled value? Psalm 33:11 says, "The plans of the Lord stand firm forever, the purposes of his heart through all generations." Your rise was never random, it was written, yet they treated your assignment like an accident, as if God's calling needed their confirmation to be real. What blindness convinces people that divine purpose requires popular permission? They spoke against you with boldness, not realizing they were clashing with something eternal. They mocked what they couldn't measure. They tried to delay what they didn't plant. In Exodus 14, Pharaoh thought he had Israel trapped. But the Red Sea didn't part for logic. It moved for covenant. The very path he mocked became the highway to Israel's deliverance and Egypt's destruction. That's what happened when they came for you. Could their confidence have been nothing more than ignorance in disguise, dressed up as certainty but hollow underneath. Celine worked in a welding shop for years, always covered in grease, always underestimated. While others joked during breaks, she was studying, online, in secret, through borrowed textbooks. 13 years later, she stood on stage as the lead architect for a sustainability project that redefined the entire city skyline. They couldn't laugh anymore. They didn't even recognize her. And still, why did they feel so sure of your collapse when they never stayed long enough to witness your construction? Denzel Washington was told early in his career that his intensity was too much, that his presence was too serious for Hollywood's mold. But he never diluted, never dumbed down. Today, he's not just celebrated, he's revered. Because he refused to trade presence for popularity, you walk the same path, quiet, unshakable, anointed. Why are they so disturbed now that you've risen beyond their reach, beyond their models, beyond their influence? Tectonic plates don't shout when they move, but they birth continents. That's how your life has shifted the ground, silent, steady, unstoppable. Your obedience triggered eruptions they never saw coming. Could it be that your presence now threatens everything shallow they've built their identity upon? They underestimated your origin. That's what really unsettled them. They thought they were betting against effort, but they were betting against eternal instruction. They called you self-made, forgetting that what formed you was never external. It was spirit, it was submission, it was sealed. And now that your peace remains even in pressure, why does your stillness carry more weight than their platforms ever did? Their greatest mistake wasn't doubting your potential. It was misunderstanding your source. You didn't come from popularity. You came from prophecy. You weren't hustling to make it work. You were aligned to reveal what already was. And every attack, every delay, every whisper behind your back only pushed you deeper into what heaven had already declared. So now the question becomes, what if they were never fighting you, but prophecy in motion? Number 11. They thought you were lacking, but you were just investing in legacy. They laughed because you didn't look like wealth. Your shoes weren't new. Your car made sounds. Your job didn't have a title that impressed anyone at brunch. And so they joked, they whispered, they assumed. In their limited framework, success had to shine loud, spend big, and sparkle with logos. But what kind of ignorance confuses silence for scarcity? What if they mocked, not because of what you lacked, but because of what they lacked the eyes to perceive? You weren't flexing because you were focused. While they chased clout, you chased clarity. While they obsessed over labels, you were learning how to label your emotions, your habits, your cycles, and break them. They mistook your modesty for poverty, not realizing you were living beneath your means to rise beyond their mindset. In Luke 21, Jesus watches a widow give 2 small copper coins at the temple. Everyone else gave from their abundance, but she gave from her substance. And he said, she gave more than all of them. What the world counts as small, heaven sees as sacred. Could it be that your so-called lack was actually your leverage? They never understood your no's. They called you broke when you turned down fast money, exit schemes, partnerships dripping in compromise. But your soul wasn't for sale. You weren't trading vision for validation. Why do people cling so tightly to optics, even when their reality is crumbling beneath the surface? Why does your restraint provoke them more than their recklessness ever did? Fred Swanica, a Ghanaian entrepreneur, was rejected by global funders for over a decade. They said Africa wasn't ready for what he was dreaming. But he kept building the African Leadership Academy with a borrowed office and a tiny team. Today, he's raised over $100 million and educated thousands of young African leaders. His vision wasn't fast, but it was fertile. Dina worked 2 jobs and lived in a shared apartment. Her co-workers joked when she brought soup in reused containers, but they didn't know she was studying UX design every night after her shift. 5 years later, she designed the interface for a startup that was acquired for 8 figures. She didn't upgrade her clothes, she upgraded her calling. Why did they mock your grind when they never stayed long enough to understand it? Could it be that your quiet progress forced them to confront their noisy stagnation? They rented lifestyles to impress followers they didn't even know. You planted seeds in the dark, watered by discipline and warmed by faith. Now your harvest doesn't look like theirs, but it lasts longer. Now your fruit carries weight while theirs bruises under scrutiny. You moved like bamboo. For years it looks like nothing's happening, but underground it's anchoring itself. And when it rises, it shoots upward, unstoppable. That's how your life has moved. Quiet root work, followed by undeniable growth. 2 Corinthians 4:18 says, "What is seen is temporary, but what is unseen is eternal." You weren't broke, you were banking in places they couldn't access. Why does your simplicity feel threatening to those who built their identity on excess? Why is your slow rise more confronting than their flashy fall? Now they watch you with confusion. The same ones who mocked your discipline are trapped in cycles of debt. The same ones who laughed at your lack now ask how you built what they can't replicate. The truth? You never needed applause. You just needed patience. And now your presence says what your bank account couldn't say back then. You weren't broke, you were becoming. And now that the return has arrived, they can't afford the altitude you operate from. Number 12. You didn't compete. You walked in unshakable dominion. They thought you'd never arrive because you weren't running their race. While they exhausted themselves in a frenzy for attention, curating image, chasing trends, mimicking each other, you stayed still, you observed, you listened, you moved with reverence. And in a world that rewards spectacle, your silence was scandalous. They called it hustle, but under the surface it was hunger, not the holy kind, the desperate kind, the kind that scrambles for scraps and survives on scarcity. Why do they glamorize exhaustion? Why are they so obsessed with chasing applause that fades faster than the echo? Could it be that their grind is a substitute for identity? They thought you were out of the game because you didn't play loud. But you were never in the game. You were building a kingdom. You weren't hustling for the spotlight. You were consecrating your path in the shadows. What if your absence from the race was the very proof you were destined to rule? In Exodus 14, when the Israelites stood before the Red Sea with Pharaoh's army behind them, Moses didn't panic. He didn't strategize a comeback. He stood still. And God said, "The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still." Exodus 14:14. While others were preparing to clash, Moses prepared to trust. Could your peace be what shook them most? You never chased their throne because you knew yours was already written. They sold authenticity for aesthetics, but you kept your oil sacred. While they performed for relevance, you prepared for reverence. You weren't aiming to be followed. You were becoming someone who couldn't be replaced. Angela Bassett, actor, director, icon, was told early on she'd never succeed unless she softened her presence, that she was too regal, too intense, too black, but she never shrank. She leaned deeper into her truth. And decades later, her performances don't just entertain, they sanctify. She didn't compete to be seen. She embodied something no one else could copy. That's dominion. In the small town of Leora, a reclusive woman named Helena spent 12 years planting a community garden in silence. No launch event, no Instagram page. Neighbors called it a patch of weeds. But during a food crisis, it was her soil that fed hundreds. Now, schools teach lessons using her crops, and those who ignored her, they eat from what they mocked. Helena never entered their race. She restored what their race destroyed. Why do they measure power by volume when the deepest roots grow in silence? Why do they crown those who arrive first, when true kings are often the last to speak? Could it be they confused pace with purpose? Could it be they expected you to beg because they've never seen someone walk in royalty that doesn't shout? Watch the mountain. It doesn't rush to rise. It doesn't beg for acknowledgement. It simply lifts from the depths of the earth, pressing upward over centuries, untouched by clamor, unmoved by comparison. You rose the same way, layer by layer, pressure by pressure, until your presence became undeniable. Their peaks came quickly and crumbled. Yours was carved in stone. They dressed up for cameras. You dressed for battle. They optimized bios. You optimized your spirit. They posted hashtags. You prophesied in private. And now that the tables have turned, their entire system looks counterfeit, standing next to your quiet crown. Isaiah 60:22 speaks to you. The least of you will become 1,000, the smallest a mighty nation. I am the Lord. In its time I will do this swiftly. They don't know what to do with your arrival because it wasn't bought. It was birthed. You didn't ask for favor. You were born with it. You didn't demand access. You were sent on assignment. And what unsettles them most? You made it with dignity. You weren't diluted. You weren't desperate. You didn't bend to please or break to belong. While they clawed for relevance, you inherited realms. While they studied competition, you studied covenant. While they rehearsed for applause, you rehearsed surrender. Now they stare. Not because you shouted, but because you shine. Not because you followed the crowd, but because you stood apart. Not because you won the game, but because you transcended it. You didn't chase a seat. You became the table. And the crown? It fits, not because you fought for it, but because you were always made for it. Number 13. Their exit didn't end you, it elevated you. They thought they were taking the light with them when they left, but what they actually did was reveal your fire. When they walked away, they believed the structure would collapse, that your confidence, your vision, your breath would vanish with their absence. They truly imagined themselves as the glue holding you together. But what happens when the glue leaves and the whole design stands anyway? You didn't fall apart. You fell into purpose. What if their departure was the doorway heaven used to move you from compromise into consecration? What if their betrayal was the beginning of your birthright? When Joseph's brothers sold him into slavery in Genesis 37, they thought they were erasing him. They thought his exile would end the dream. But God used that betrayal to reroute Joseph straight into the palace. Years later, when famine struck, the same brothers who discarded him stood in awe before the very one they tried to destroy. Could it be that those who walked away from you didn't stop your story? They set it in motion. They called it abandonment, but heaven whispered, alignment. And in the silence they left behind, you stopped begging and started building. You stopped hoping they'd return and started discovering who you were without their gaze in the background. Why does it always take loss to find clarity? Why does betrayal feel like breaking until you realize it was really birthing? You didn't crumble. You constructed. You didn't chase. You chose. And in that choosing, your voice grew louder than their absence. Your power outlasted their pride. Your peace embarrassed their ego. Psalm 27:10 says, "Though my father and mother forsake me, the Lord will receive me." You weren't forsaken, you were fortified. What they ran from was never weak, it was simply unfinished. They couldn't recognize value still in process. They wanted glory without growth, but you carried both. Before she was known as the founder of modern nursing, Florence Nightingale was rejected by high society and pressured to remain a silent woman of status. She refused. She walked away from expectation and into the unknown battlefields of Crimea. No one clapped, no one followed. But in the bloodied quiet, she changed global healthcare. Her miracle didn't come with a crowd, it came with conviction. Rami never fit in at his tech company. Every team meeting, his voice was talked over. He was told his ideas were too idealistic. When he was finally laid off, it felt like a public defeat. But with that forced silence, he started writing code again, alone, unpolished, unhyped. A year later, his open-source software became the core of an accessibility app used in hundreds of schools. He didn't fall, he focused. Why do they always misread stillness as stagnation? Why do they assume absence is erasure? Could it be that your quiet was not collapse, but consecration? Could your loss have been the pruning that made room for your unshakable roots? The glacier moves inches at a time, so slowly, so silently, that it seems still. But its weight carves valleys, its persistence reshapes continents. The ones who walked away missed the movement because they didn't recognize the power of slow, sacred transformation. They judged your timeline, not realizing you were governed by eternity. They left because they couldn't handle your blueprint. It wasn't that you were too much. It was that your calling exposed their limits. You were rising in a language their spirit couldn't translate. Jesus was deserted by his disciples the night he needed them most. In Gethsemane, they slept. At the cross, they fled, and still he finished the mission. Alone didn't mean abandoned. It meant appointed, and what he did in isolation saved the world. Now they watch from a distance, confused by your ascent. They remember who you were, but they don't recognize who you've become. They don't understand how someone they thought they broke still stands, stronger, quieter, holier. They never saw the shift coming because they never understood the silence. What they walked away from wasn't empty, it was evolving. What they abandoned wasn't dying, it was deepening. You didn't just move on, you moved higher. You didn't retaliate, you resurrected. And the power you carry now? It cannot be touched, replicated, or reversed. Number 14, you didn't drop the mic, you became the echo. They were waiting for a spectacle, something loud, something dramatic, a final punchline, an angry post, a rant with evidence. They thought you'd need a megaphone to matter, but your victory didn't arrive on stage. It arrived in stillness, in sacred, steady transformation, in the kind of becoming that doesn't ask for applause, but forces people to sit down in silence. You didn't light up the sky with explosions, but your elevation has left them speechless. Why did they think you needed noise to be powerful? Why did they assume your strength would require spectacle? Could it be they never understood how divine movement unfolds, not in chaos, but in clarity? What they expected to ruin you only refined you. While they whispered, you worked. While they gathered gossip, you gathered growth. While they screenshot your past, you were drafting your future. And what's shaking them now is not just that you survived, but that you're thriving in places they swore you'd never reach. In 1 Samuel 2:1, after years of humiliation and prayer, Hannah finally held her promise. She didn't scream revenge. She simply declared, "My heart rejoices in the Lord. In the Lord, my horn is lifted high." She wasn't loud in bitterness. She was loud in fulfillment. Your life echoes that same energy. Quiet faithfulness turned undeniable fulfillment. They said you were too quiet, too soft, too slow, but they didn't know you were soaking in something eternal. You weren't performing, you were preparing. What if your silence wasn't emptiness? It was embodiment. What if your lack of reaction was the ultimate redefinition? They called you irrelevant, but now their silence is heavier than your stillness ever was, because the truth has a sound of its own. And the truth is, you won, not through exposure, but through execution. Not through proving them wrong, but through proving God right. Martin Luther King Jr., pastor, prophet, visionary, didn't outshout his enemies. He stood with unshakable conviction. He marched through hate with dignity. He wasn't trying to humiliate his critics. He simply became the truth they could no longer deny. His voice didn't scream revenge. It whispered redemption so loudly the world had to stop and listen. Across town, not far from the noise of everyone's ambitions, a woman named Celine quietly reopened her late mother's flower shop. No investors, no hashtags, just long mornings, soft prayers, and hands that knew how to rebuild. Within a year, it became the heart of the neighborhood, where single mothers came for work, widows for tea, children for after-school peace. Celine didn't advertise transformation. She embodied it. And now those who once laughed at her small dreams leave her shop with tears in their eyes and bouquets they can't explain. Why does peace offend those who've made war their language? Why does stillness confuse those addicted to reaction? Could your calm be the mirror exposing their chaos? Could your silence be the sound of authority they've never encountered? In the forest, the oldest trees don't creak when they grow. They rise over decades, roots deep, unseen, unbothered by storms. Your life followed that rhythm, your roots held in the wind, and now they're looking up, realizing you became unshakable without ever asking to be noticed. Jesus didn't shout down Pilate. He stood silent before the cross. He didn't write rebuttals. He carried redemption. And 3 days later, heaven answered every accusation with resurrection, not loud, but eternal. Could your rise be the echo of that same grace? You didn't win because you had a platform. You won because you had a purpose. You didn't win through defense. You won through development. You didn't win with clapbacks. You won by becoming the living contradiction to every lie they told. Isaiah 30:15 says, "In repentance and rest is your salvation. In quietness and trust is your strength." Your quiet wasn't weakness. It was warfare. Your patience wasn't passivity. It was prophetic. And now, every whisper they used to wound you has turned into a haunting refrain that reminds them they misjudged a masterpiece in progress. Now they look on, not with admiration, but unease. They remember every word they spoke, every time they rolled their eyes, every exit they justified with pride. And what sits on them like gravity is this: you needed none of them to become all of this. You didn't break, you built. Through betrayal, laughter, desertion, gossip, and shadows, you built. And you did it without asking for their praise or permission. That's the kind of victory they can't rewrite. Because now your life doesn't just speak, it echoes. And it's echoing in rooms where they once mocked your name. God's chosen one, they laughed. Not once, not softly, but deeply, confidently, mockingly, convinced they were right about you. They laughed when you were shaking but still standing. They laughed when your timeline didn't match theirs. They laughed at your quiet obedience, your hidden labor, your strange peace. But they never understood that the silence surrounding you was sacred. They thought your detours were dead ends. They thought your stillness was surrender. They thought the delay was denial. But what they failed to see, what they never had the spiritual discernment to perceive, was that you were never stuck. You were being summoned, pulled, pruned, prepared by a hand they couldn't see and a fire they couldn't feel. While they laughed, heaven wrote. And now every seed sown in secret is rising into fruit they can no longer ignore. You didn't prove them wrong. You proved God right. You didn't become a noise in their system. You became the shift in the whole story. You didn't chase revenge. You released the results. And those results now speak louder than anything they ever said. You didn't raise your voice, but your life has become the echo that won't let them forget what they once dismissed. Because the impossible they mocked is the miracle you now live. And the most powerful part? You didn't have to announce it. You just kept moving in clarity. You kept building in silence. You kept loving yourself back into alignment. And the one they tried to bury? You've bloomed without apology, without permission, and without ever needing their validation. If this word reached into your soul, I want you to do more than just listen, respond in faith. Go to the comments and declare it out loud. I did the impossible. Let that comment be your altar. Let it mark the moment heaven already celebrated. And if you felt the Spirit of God stir something inside you, I invite you to like this message, share it with someone who's still rising through the laughter, and subscribe for more prophetic words like this. Whether you've supported this channel through super thanks or simply shown up quietly week after week, thank you. Your presence here is not overlooked. Your faithfulness is seen. Your journey is sacred. And now I speak blessing over you. May your scars become sermons. May your peace shake every atmosphere. May your pace outlast their noise. May your name be whispered in rooms of favor, divine strategy, and uncommon release. May you walk so rooted in your assignment that no betrayal, no gossip, no silence can uproot you again. May every delay be revealed as divine, and may your entire life echo with one message they can't unhear. You won. You didn't break. You were built, and you were always destined to do what they once called impossible. In the name of Jesus, Amen. Chosen one, you didn't start a war. You didn't raise your voice, and yet somehow your mere existence became the earthquake that shook their kingdom of illusion. You weren't trying to go viral, you were just trying to be honest. But how is it that your quiet truth carried more power than their entire platform? While they were curating a character, you were confronting your own soul. While they were building applause, you were learning obedience. And now the world can feel it. Something has shifted. Why did their momentum stop the moment you stopped playing along? You didn't post receipts. You didn't clap back. You just walked away. And still, everything around them began to fall. This wasn't coincidence. This was collision. Truth doesn't need to shout. It just needs to stand. Why are they suddenly rebranding and backpedaling while pretending nothing happened? Because your presence alone exposed what their words never could hide. Comment 777 if you felt the tension shift in your atmosphere lately. And to every single soul who has sown into this space through super thanks, whether it was $1 or 100, your offering is sacred. We see you. We bless you. We thank you. Why is the world now questioning the very ones who once seemed untouchable? You weren't trying to dismantle them. You were trying to survive. But survival in the hands of God becomes strategy, deliverance, justice. You didn't need revenge. You were the revelation. Could it be that their entire empire depended on your silence? And now that you've spoken, even gently, even softly, it all begins to unravel. Why do their old supporters now scroll past with discomfort while you stand in quiet strength? You became what they never imagined you could, free. And your freedom, not your fury, is what made heaven move. You didn't steal the spotlight. You exposed the shadows simply by stepping into the light. So stay close, stay grounded, because what comes next will not just explain why they lost favor, it will confirm why God trusted you to carry the weight of truth with dignity. Like this video, subscribe to help us reach 200,000 warriors of truth, and share this with someone who's been quietly fighting for their name. The cover-up is over. The unveiling has begun. And chosen one, you were never the villain. You were the verdict. God's chosen ones, you ended their fame without even trying. Here's what happened. You didn't seek this battle. You didn't wake up one day and ask to become the storm that would fracture their illusion. Yet here you are, called not by desire, but by divine necessity. What do you do when the truth begins to burn so hot in your bones that silence becomes a form of betrayal? What happens when the lie that everyone else clings to becomes too loud for your spirit to ignore? That's when the assignment chooses you. Not because you wanted war, but because peace no longer existed in the presence of that deception. This was never about dragging someone's name. It was about rescuing the narrative from the hands of those who twisted it. When you spoke, you didn't just confront a person. You confronted a delusion worshipped by millions. And the moment you did, the cost became clear. They turned on you. They distorted your intentions. You were cast as the villain not because you lied, but because you told the truth too clearly. Have you ever noticed how truth-tellers are almost always painted as troublemakers before they're remembered as trailblazers? Jeremiah knew this ache. He was mocked, imprisoned, and labeled a traitor for warning Judah of coming judgment. He cried, "But if I say, I will not mention his word or speak any more in his name. His word is in my heart like a fire shut up in my bones." Jeremiah 29, NIV. Just like you, he carried a fire that wouldn't let him rest until it had been released, even if it meant rejection. Do you wonder why your courage threatens those who pretend to lead? Why your clarity irritates people who thrive on fog? Why those you never even knew had opinions suddenly turned cold? Because this isn't just about what you revealed, it's about what your presence now represents. You didn't just reveal the cracks in their story, you became the evidence that their kingdom was built on sand. Remember Queen Esther? She didn't expose Haman out of ambition, she did it to save her people. Her voice in the king's palace cost her safety, but rewrote the fate of an entire nation. Esther 7. Likewise, your confrontation, though personal in appearance, carries generational weight. This wasn't gossip, this was a divine interruption. British painter and visual prophet William Blake once said, "Opposition is true friendship." That's because truth doesn't flatter, it purifies. And when you became the vessel of exposure, you also became the lightning rod for their wrath. But do you realize that your willingness to be misunderstood is part of what is birthing reform? Marisol, a soft-spoken translator from Barcelona, discovered that her university's language department had been altering refugee testimonies to align with political sponsors. Quietly, she submitted the original recordings to an investigative journalist. Her name was leaked. She lost her job, but the moment those stories aired, thousands of lives were protected. Marisol never went viral, but the lie she exposed unraveled a multinational cover-up. Like a glacier crashing into the sea, your impact didn't make noise until it broke. And now their fame is flooding, because you became the force they didn't calculate. They never prepared for you because your silence felt safe. But you were never silent. You were studying. Jesus stood silently before Pilate while false accusations flew around him. The silence wasn't weakness, it was strategy, and when he finally spoke, it pierced through every layer of pretense. You followed in that pattern. You didn't clap back, you didn't post a thread, but when the time was right, your single word dismantled their whole performance. Have you noticed how nature itself affirms this rhythm? The tectonic plates beneath the ocean move invisibly for decades before releasing enough pressure to trigger a quake. By the time the surface shakes, the real shift has already occurred. That's you. Your internal alignment created an external rupture. You're not just ending their fame, you're ending an era of shallow applause and manufactured personas. This is not revenge. This is revelation. And whether they know it or not, you just freed a generation from worshipping charisma without character. So what now? Will you mourn the loss of their approval, or will you celebrate the liberation of truth? Will you spend your energy defending your motives, or will you keep walking forward as the proof that obedience has consequences? But so does silence. The ones who mocked you may never apologize, but heaven is already bearing witness. The applause of the crowd is fleeting, but the echo of righteousness lasts forever. And when the dust settles, history will not remember you as the troublemaker. It will remember you as the voice that broke the spell. The emotional weight of this assignment is heavier than most will ever understand. You carry a silence louder than 1,000 arguments, and it echoes through your sleepless nights. Have you felt the sting of being misunderstood by those who once celebrated you? Have you noticed how quickly admiration turns into avoidance when you confront a lie that served their comfort? How does it feel to be cast out, not for your sins, but for your honesty? This ache is not imagined. The pain is not weakness. It is the signature of those who've been chosen to confront what others enable. You were never just confronting a person. You were confronting a culture of convenience. And when the spotlight turned cold and the applause faded, what remained was the raw loneliness of a prophet walking ahead of their time. Yet even in that isolation, your stance has become a silent permission slip. Your refusal to pretend has ignited a sacred ripple. Others who felt the same dissonance but lacked the language are now finding the courage to question what once seemed unshakable. Your exile is not an ending. It is the spark of awakening. The moment you shattered their illusion, you also shattered their psychological security. Why did they suddenly label you arrogant, toxic, unstable, when all you did was tell the truth? Why were your motives dissected, while the deception you exposed remained untouched? It's not that your words were lies, it's that your words were too real, and in a world that clings to delusion like a blanket, truth feels like violence. This isn't personal, it's neurological. What you're facing is called cognitive dissonance. When people are forced to confront facts that contradict their constructed belief systems, it produces internal conflict. And what's the fastest way to silence that discomfort? Attack the messenger, frame them as unhinged, paint them as bitter, reduce them to an emotion rather than a message. And yet, what they're really rejecting is not you, it's the mirror you held up. In Scripture, Stephen stood before the Sanhedrin and declared the truth about their rebellion against the Spirit of God. The result? They gnashed their teeth, dragged him out, and stoned him. Acts 7. Not because he was wrong, but because he was right in a way they could not emotionally survive. You too have felt that spiritual stoning, not with rocks, but with rejection. But like Stephen, heaven stood in your honor while earth turned its back. Galileo Galilei, scientist, astronomer, a man of relentless curiosity, challenged the doctrine that placed Earth at the center of the universe. For daring to suggest otherwise, he was labeled a heretic and confined to house arrest. But centuries later, the world caught up to the truth he carried. Doesn't that echo your journey? How many of your revelations were ridiculed, only to be quietly adopted later when it was safe to agree? Mariah, a teacher from Nairobi, once noticed that test scores from low-income students were being altered by a corrupt administrator to preserve the school's success record. She spoke up. Within a week, she was suspended. Friends distanced themselves. Parents turned cold. But a year later, when the fraud was exposed and reforms were implemented nationwide, no one clapped for her. Still, she kept teaching, because she didn't do it for applause. She did it because her soul couldn't breathe under the weight of silence. You didn't fall from favor. You were flung forward into truth, and those who once praised your potential now fear your presence, not because you've changed, but because you've revealed that they haven't. What if the discomfort you feel isn't punishment, but purification? What if your exile isn't exile at all, but elevation away from a stage God never wanted you to perform on? What if the loneliness is the necessary detachment before the mantle of influence can rest on you cleanly, without contamination? A snow owl survives the harshest Arctic winters, not by fleeing from the cold, but by adapting, growing denser feathers, moving silently, hunting in darkness. It doesn't resist the storm, it learns to master it. That's you. You've stopped waiting for the environment to change. You've become the force that reveals its flaws. Remember Job. He was accused, misunderstood, and judged by friends who couldn't comprehend his integrity. But heaven knew, and in the end the Lord restored him, double what was lost. Job 42:10. That same justice is forming around your name, not in human courts, but in the courts of heaven. So, will you keep mourning your lost connections, or will you start recognizing your divine consecration? Will you resent the silence of those who ghosted you, or will you thank God for the removal of noise so that only pure voices remain? And perhaps the hardest question, will you still speak even when your voice trembles? Because history is watching, and heaven is recording, and the truth, once released, never returns void. And yet, even as the algorithms resist you, something greater is responding. Heaven does not run on likes, trends, or click-through rates. It moves by obedience, truth, and justice. When the world silences the truth-teller, God amplifies them in dimensions that no viral platform can measure. So, while the internet may have labeled you disruptive, the courts of heaven have marked you as disruptive on purpose. What if your disruption wasn't a glitch in the system, but a divine override of a corrupted one? Your presence unsettles because you bring with you a frequency that breaks the illusion. Why do you think your silence felt sacred and your speech sounds like thunder to those who built their thrones on applause? Why does your authenticity make others shrink? Not because you attack them, but because your life exposes the gap between who they are and who they pretend to be. This isn't rebellion, it's reformation. And you, chosen one, have become its unexpected vessel. In the book of 1 Kings 18, Elijah stood alone against 450 prophets of Baal on Mount Carmel. The crowd watched, the nation held its breath, but the fire only fell on truth. Elijah didn't manipulate public opinion, he aligned with heaven. And when the fire of God consumed his sacrifice, it wasn't just a demonstration of power, it was a cleansing of false systems. That's the kind of shift your disruption is triggering. You aren't just breaking fame, you're breaking idols. The late Archbishop Desmond Tutu, a spiritual giant and voice of justice in apartheid South Africa, once said, "If you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor." Tutu knew that standing in the light would mean being cast into controversy, but he never backed down. Neither have you. You are not neutral. Your life, your voice, your choices, they scream of alignment, not convenience. Jared, a digital artist from Manila, discovered his most viral commission had been plagiarized from an obscure tribal motif. Instead of staying silent to protect his newfound fame, he issued a public apology, returned the money, and used his platform to amplify indigenous artists. The sponsorships vanished, the spotlight shifted, but 2 years later, the very community he defended invited him to co-create a national heritage campaign. He didn't just lose popularity, he found purpose. Butterflies don't go viral in their cocoons. The most sacred transformation happens in darkness, in stillness, in secrecy, and yet, once they emerge, they carry colors that no algorithm could ever invent. Your emergence from this disruption may not be glamorous, but it is glorious. You are becoming something that fame could never mold, free, holy, whole. So why does your courage feel so lonely? Why does doing the right thing leave you misunderstood, even by those who once claimed to support you? Why does telling the truth require such a steep emotional cost, while lies get sponsorship deals and standing ovations? Why does your fall from their favor feel more like a rise in clarity? The answer is this: you were never meant to be shaped by their applause. You were called to awaken them from it, and every disruption brings a discomfort that's necessary before healing can begin. Jesus too disrupted. He overturned tables in the temple, not out of rage, but out of reverence. He interrupted systems that profited off manipulation, and for that, he wasn't given a crown of gold, but a crown of thorns. You follow that same pattern. This isn't punishment, it's prophetic positioning. You didn't just end a lie, you exposed what that lie cost the people who believed it. And that, more than anything else, makes you a threat to the systems that depend on their silence. So, as you walk forward, stripped of their applause but robed in divine authority, remember, the truth you spoke may never go viral, but it will go eternal. The influence you lost may never return in the same form, but the impact you've ignited cannot be undone. And even if the world never says thank you, heaven already has. That mirror you held up didn't just reflect their flaws. It revealed the fracture lines in a culture addicted to applause. By tearing through the veil of viral perfection, you exposed what many had been trained to suppress. The aching emptiness beneath all that curated charm. And now the question echoes louder than ever. What are we truly celebrating? Is it substance or performance? Integrity or charisma? Do we uplift what is true, or merely what is trending? Your disruption didn't destroy, it disturbed. And from that holy disturbance, something sacred is being reborn. It's not just their fame that crumbled, it's the illusion of immunity that came with it. You didn't simply tell a better story. You reminded the world that stories have consequences, and that real healing requires more than catchy narratives. You ushered in a reckoning. David, before he ever became king, exposed the cowardice of an entire army simply by daring to stand where no one else would. Goliath wasn't just a giant, he was a symbol of tolerated oppression, and all it took was one act of unshaken courage to shift the tide. 1 Samuel 17. Just like David, your sling wasn't pride, it was precision. And while the crowd may still be gasping, heaven is already moving. Authenticity is both a sword and a sanctuary. It cuts through the fog, but it also invites the winds of resistance. Why do you think your honesty created such a stir? Why does your unfiltered presence provoke more rage than their rehearsed performances? Why does truth-telling require armor while deception flourishes in applause? Because your voice forced the world to feel, and in a culture where emotional anesthesia is the norm, that kind of awakening is threatening. Yet the very people who cursed your name secretly admired your freedom. The ones who mocked your rawness were the ones most confined by pretense. You didn't shame them, you scared them into remembering what real looks like. Author and speaker Brené Brown, renowned for her work on vulnerability, once said, "You can choose courage or you can choose comfort, but you cannot choose both." Your life is proof that you chose courage, not because it was easy, but because something deep in your spirit could no longer tolerate the masquerade. And in doing so, you've become more than a person. You've become a permission slip. Laurel, a once quiet nurse from Toronto, went live to share a series of truths about unethical shortcuts being taken in a hospital during pandemic overflow. She didn't name names, she just spoke what no one else would. Within hours, her contract was frozen. Within days, her clip was stitched into polarized debates across continents. But what followed? Anonymous doctors reached out, nurses organized, policies shifted. And while she never went back to that job, she walked into a global calling. This backlash you faced, it's not really about you. It's about the fear you unearthed. Fear of accountability, fear of loss, fear of having to rethink the narrative. People will attack when their comfort is cornered. And the internet, with its cloak of anonymity, becomes the perfect storm for unprocessed fear to masquerade as righteous outrage. Yet even in this whirlwind, authenticity magnetizes. It draws in the wounded, the silenced, the hungry ones who are tired of pretending. They don't just admire you, they need you, because your stand has created a safe place for truth to breathe. And every time you refuse to flinch, another silenced soul finds the courage to whisper, "Me too." A redwood tree doesn't apologize for its height. It didn't grow overnight. It weathered storms, fire, drought, and still it stands. Not for applause, but because its roots go deeper than judgment. You too are learning to stand tall in storms meant to break you. And in doing so, your roots are healing a forest of wounded voices. Jesus said, "You will know the truth, and the truth will set you free." John 8:32, NIV. But he never promised the truth wouldn't first cost you everything. The backlash is not proof of failure. It's evidence of impact. And your impact, though uncelebrated now, is carving channels of change the world will one day walk in. So don't shrink. Don't explain away your fire. Don't apologize for being the light in a room that preferred shadows. The fame you disrupted was never real, but the freedom you unlocked, that is eternal. And that is what happened. And when the illusion shattered beneath your voice, it wasn't destruction, it was deliverance. You didn't speak to tear down a person, you spoke to unmask a pattern. What you broke was not their platform. It was the pedestal that had been constructed on half-truths and holy edits. You weren't just interrupting their storyline, you were reclaiming space for the truth that had been silenced beneath their spotlight. Your courage activated a cultural shift. It unsettled those who clung to viral validation like a lifeline, but it also awakened those who had longed for something real. Why do you think your truth-telling birthed both outrage and awakening? Why does clarity carry such risk in a world addicted to filters? Why do so many prefer curated heroes over accountable humans? Because your truth didn't just reveal the cracks, it revealed the cost of ignoring them. Jesus warned in Luke 12:2, "There is nothing concealed that will not be disclosed, or hidden that will not be made known. The algorithms may suppress the truth, but heaven is always unveiling it." Your words became a trumpet blast, declaring, "There is more beneath the surface." And in that revelation, others found the courage to begin their own inner excavation. Viral fame is fragile. Its glow is often nothing more than a spotlight hiding the stains. You exposed what was beneath the shimmer, the contradictions, the compromises, the humanity. That's why they reacted with such violence. You didn't just threaten their perception of a person, you threatened their belief in an untouchable world. In the book of Daniel, King Belshazzar threw a lavish feast, drinking from sacred vessels while praising false gods. But during that celebration, a divine hand wrote words on the wall, words that revealed judgment and truth. Daniel 5. You were that handwriting, uninvited, undeniable, and unforgettable. The moment you spoke, the room changed, even if they pretended it hadn't. Renowned photojournalist Lindsay Addario once said, "You can't unsee the truth once you've seen it." She spent her life capturing raw, unfiltered reality in war zones, images that governments tried to suppress, but the world could not forget. Like her, you documented something uncomfortable. You exposed what was never meant to be scrutinized, and the moment it surfaced, it became irreversible. Caleb, a former media intern in São Paulo, once found out that a widely loved motivational influencer was secretly paying to suppress abuse allegations. Caleb was torn, loyalty or integrity. When he anonymously leaked the receipts, the backlash was nuclear, but it sparked investigations that freed multiple victims from silence. He lost friends, he lost job offers, but he gained something more eternal: peace with himself. A river doesn't ask permission to carve through stone, it simply flows. Over time, even the hardest rock must yield to its persistence. You are that river. You didn't come with applause, you came with truth. And now that you've broken through, the floodgates cannot be resealed. Your disruption didn't just challenge a reputation, it challenged an entire ecosystem, one built on charisma over character, edits over essence, narratives over nuance. And in that act, you reminded the world that real people live behind these pixels, that humanity is not a brand, and truth is not a trend. The backlash was brutal, but so is the burden of truth. And still, you stood. Not to be a hero, but to be honest. And that is more heroic than the curated courage of 1 million followers. Do you see it now? You weren't attacking. You were illuminating. You weren't tearing down. You were clearing space for the sacred to enter again. When you pierced the veil, you gave permission for communities to reclaim their discernment. You made it holy again to question. You reactivated critical thinking in an age of passive scrolling. And perhaps most importantly, you reminded a generation that accountability is not cruelty, it's clarity. Jesus didn't just gather crowds, he often scattered them with one uncomfortable truth. And so did you. So let them call you divisive. Let them label you as the villain in the story they've rehearsed for years. Because in the end, your role was not to protect their fantasy, it was to protect the future from it. And now, the curtain has fallen. The icon is just a man. The pedestal is just a prop. But the truth is still standing. And so are you. When you challenged the illusion, you didn't just poke a hole in the veil, you tore it wide open. And in that ripping, you made space. Space for truth. Space for others to finally breathe. Space for a deeper kind of community built not on viral noise, but on shared human honesty. What you did wasn't destruction, it was divine renovation. Because when false gods fall, it's not chaos, it's consecration. Every time a celebrity scandal exposes a lie hidden behind glamour, or a political whistleblower unveils corruption buried beneath patriotism, the same pattern repeats. What was worshipped becomes questioned. What was accepted becomes examined. Why does it take so long for truth to be welcomed? Why do we mourn illusions more than we celebrate awakenings? Why do people cry louder for their idols than for the victims those idols created? Because exposure feels like loss, until you realize what's gained. Paul and Silas were imprisoned, not for theft, but for disrupting a city's spiritual economy. When they cast the demon out of a girl whose fortune-telling brought profit to her masters, they were beaten and jailed. Acts 16. Their truth challenged power structures, but even in prison, they sang, and the prison shook. So did yours. When you exposed the lie, your song echoed in invisible realms, and shackles began to fall. The cost has been real. You've lost connections you thought were solid. Opportunities have dried up. Sponsorships disappeared. Your name, once admired, became a lightning rod, all because you chose principle over popularity, integrity over income. You've paid the price of courage, and some days it feels like too much. Have you ever cried quietly after reading lies about yourself from strangers? Have you wrestled with the haunting thought, was it worth it? Yet, every time you didn't retreat, heaven took note. Malala Yousafzai, the youngest Nobel laureate and education activist, faced a Taliban bullet for daring to speak truth about girls' education. She wasn't seeking fame. She was fighting for freedom. Her courage made her a global icon, not because she wanted it, but because her pain bore purpose. Like her, you never asked for the stage, but truth built one around your stand. Thomas, a financial auditor in Lisbon, found evidence that a charitable influencer was embezzling donations. He reported it. The influencer's fan base mobilized against him. Death threats, doxing, career sabotage. But his stand led to an independent investigation that redirected millions in funding to actual humanitarian efforts. He lost his job, but found a higher calling: transparency consulting for non-profit watchdogs. Some storms end careers, others awaken callings. What you faced wasn't random, it was ritual. Prophetic acts always stir the spiritual air, and in a world so entangled with screens, timelines, and curated identity, your act of defiance became a digital altar. The digital mob didn't come for you because you were wrong. They came because you were right in a way that demanded accountability. They mistook your correction for attack, because in their world, performance equals identity. But you reminded them that identity without truth is just performance with a hollow core. A jaguar doesn't fear the roar of a crowd. It moves through the jungle unseen, swift, sovereign, unbothered. Its silence is power. Its presence is prophecy. You don't need to outshout the mob. You only need to outlast the lie. And that's what you've done. You survived what was meant to consume you. Psalm 34 verse 19 says, "Many are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Lord delivers him out of them all." And you're being delivered, not just from attack, but into alignment, into assignment, into authority. Do you see it now? You didn't just stand for truth. You stood in the gap for a generation raised on lies. You became the reset button, the sacred interruption, the embodiment of a different standard. And yes, it cost you. But your silence would have cost your soul. So let them gather. Let the hashtags fly. Let the shadows whisper. Your legacy is not being written in their comment sections. It's being carved in eternity. You're not the villain in this story. You are the shift. And the world will thank you once it catches up. You've now walked through fire and come out with ashes on your hands, but not in defeat, in sanctification, because surviving this digital crucible didn't just bruise you, it branded your purpose into your bones. Those who've walked this road before you, truth-tellers, prophets, whistleblowers, describe it as the most brutal yet clarifying season of their entire lives. Have you not felt that same paradox? Broken yet clearer than ever. Rejected yet more anchored than you ever thought possible. The mob tried to erase you, but all it did was reveal who you really are. The noise couldn't drown your conviction. The chaos couldn't rewrite your assignment, because deep down, even through the tears, you know, truth is still worth it. Your courage under fire has become a lighthouse for others navigating stormy waters. And while the world may try to silence your testimony, heaven is using it to awaken a generation. Truth-tellers have always carried a cross, and often that cross isn't made of wood, but of misunderstanding, betrayal, and exile. You became the enemy not because you betrayed your values, but because you refused to betray them. And when you threatened the illusion, you became the symbol of disruption. Why is it that the ones who expose the lie are the ones who are punished? Why do the ones who clean the wound often get blamed for the bleeding? Because exposing what's hidden always feels like violence to those who've built comfort around the darkness. This isn't new. Elijah was hunted. Jeremiah was thrown into a cistern. Jesus, who only spoke truth, was crucified by the same crowd that once shouted Hosanna. The same people who loved your presence in their fairy tale became the first to stone you when you brought the truth too close. But do you not see that rejection was confirmation, not condemnation? You are walking the path of the prophets. Even Nobel Peace Prize winner Liu Xiaobo, a Chinese literary critic and human rights activist, spent his final years imprisoned for calling his country to conscience. He died in chains, but his words still ripple across nations. Not because he sought rebellion, but because he couldn't silence truth in his spirit. Your voice is no less sacred. Nina, a high school principal in a small town outside Warsaw, refused to enforce a curriculum revision that erased history for political gain. Her resignation letter, an honest plea for integrity in education, went viral. What followed? Hate mail, investigations, threats. But 2 years later, her letter was used as evidence in a case that protected national academic standards. She lost her position, but she became the quiet reformer behind a louder justice. And you, chosen one, have joined that lineage. You didn't just challenge a person, you challenged an entire system of blind loyalty. You pulled the thread and revealed the tapestry was counterfeit. And in doing so, you exposed the truth behind their fame. Viral culture handed them a crown. You reminded the world that it was made of paper. The hatred you've received is not about you. It's about what you threatened, their stability, their narrative, their control. But the truth is not a weapon. It is a mirror, and when people can't handle their reflection, they try to smash the mirror. Have you noticed how quickly the celebration turned into condemnation? How fast the story shifted from hero to problem? It had nothing to do with your worth and everything to do with their comfort. Fame built on fiction will always fear the truth. And when you expose the fracture, they rewrote you as the villain. But you are not what they say you are. You are the rupture in their rhythm, the breaker of false cycles, the unexpected messenger. You are Daniel standing in a den and discovering the lions' mouths already sealed, Daniel 6. You are the one they threw into the fire, only for them to look again and see there's another walking with you, Daniel 3. You were never alone, and the flame that was meant to kill you only revealed what couldn't be burned. So let the world revise its script. Let the digital court drag your name. Let the crowd chant whatever they must. You don't answer to them. You answer to the God who placed this sword of truth in your mouth and said, "Speak." And now that you've spoken, you've broken something open, and nothing will ever be the same. You never asked to be the villain in their story, but the moment you disrupted the illusion, the script flipped. Suddenly, you weren't the brave one anymore. You were too much. You were jealous. You were a problem. And all of it fabricated. Not because you failed, but because you refused to comply. This emotional whiplash, applause one day, exile the next, isn't about who you are. It's about who you refuse to pretend to be. This volatile reversal says less about your character and more about the systems you just rattled. It reveals a deep flaw in the way culture digests people, quick to idolize, quicker to demonize, terrified of the gray areas in between. Why do we prefer spotless heroes or perfect villains when every soul is layered and unfinished? Why is there no space for humanity, only highlight reels and hashtags? Your journey, though painful, is sacred. It is a rite of passage not defined by applause, but by authenticity. You were never meant to be the poster child for perfection. You were anointed to be a breaker of cycles. And in doing so, you have learned something that many never do. Approval is fleeting, but integrity is eternal. When the crowds cheered, you remained grounded. When they turned, you remained honest. And that, chosen one, is the kind of holiness that cannot be cancelled. Jesus was celebrated as the miracle worker on Sunday, but by Friday, the same crowd screamed, "Crucify him." That shift wasn't about his goodness, it was about their expectations. He refused to perform for comfort. And so do you. You were never called to pacify the crowd. You were called to tell the truth, even when it cost you your reputation. Cancel culture isn't justice. It's often fear, dressed in righteousness. It's about control more than correction. It punishes those who disturb the false peace, the ones who expose beloved lies and disrupt polished myths. And when your voice revealed the cracks in a viral persona, the crowd didn't want reform. They wanted silence. But you didn't give it to them. Have you noticed how fast accountability turns into a weapon when the truth threatens power? How easily platforms that claim to champion justice can become echo chambers of censorship? You exposed a weakness, not in a person, but in a system. That's why you were targeted, because your honesty made it impossible to keep pretending. American abolitionist Frederick Douglass once said, "The limits of tyrants are prescribed by the endurance of those whom they oppress." You, beloved disruptor, refused to endure the lie, and in that refusal you drew the line. You said, "No more. No more pretending, no more silence, no more passing down deception to the next generation." Camille, a rising author in Bordeaux, was invited to ghostwrite the memoir of a beloved humanitarian figure. What she discovered during research horrified her. Years of misrepresented projects, manipulated stories, and staged photos. When she declined and exposed it instead, the industry blacklisted her. But a year later, she self-published a collection of essays on ethical storytelling that became a bestseller and reshaped publishing guidelines across Europe. Disruption may exile you, but it also positions you for impact that cannot be reversed. Have you noticed that after the mob finishes raging, silence often falls? And from that silence, new voices emerge, ones who found courage in your stand. That's the ripple, that's the legacy, that's the evidence that even though you were labeled the antagonist, you were actually the alarm. Like a tectonic plate shifting beneath the earth, you caused a cultural quake. And while some mourn the cracked buildings of illusion, others are building something stronger on the fault line you revealed. Cancel culture wants to erase, but your courage wrote something eternal. You weren't just attacked, you were activated. You weren't the destroyer, you were the revealer. You weren't the villain, you were the verdict. And this is not the end of your story. It is the reintroduction of your purpose. By disturbing what was never supposed to remain untouched, you stepped into a sacred disruption. And though the backlash may roar, your very presence has now become a lever shifting culture forward. The discomfort you've caused, that's not failure. That's proof that the truth hit where it needed to land. You've become the ache that precedes awakening. Why do you think those who challenge the system are branded as dangerous before they are remembered as courageous? Why are the first to speak always met with the fiercest resistance? Why does your courage create tremors in rooms that used to applaud you? Because nothing threatens comfort like a mirror, and now you are the mirror. From Van Gogh to Mandela, the so-called antagonists of their time were later recognized as the conscience their generation needed. What was once hated became honored. You walk in that same tension, not for applause, but because something deeper won't let you stay silent. Do you feel it? That fire in your bones that won't burn out, no matter how cold the world becomes. In Isaiah 6, when the prophet encountered the holiness of God, he was undone. But from that unraveling came assignment. Here I am, send me. Isaiah 6:8. You've answered the same call, and the cost of your clarity is isolation, but also power. The pain you carry is not the evidence of defeat, it's the labor of transformation. When you owned the role of the necessary antagonist, something shifted in the spirit. You stopped waiting for their understanding. You started standing in your assignment. That shift from victimhood to sacred agency is what separates those who merely survive backlash from those who transform it. Pope John Paul II once said, "Freedom consists not in doing what we like, but in having the right to do what we ought." You weren't free to be silent. You were called to shake the silence. And now your courage is multiplying. Others are watching you not for scandal, but for permission. Your truth is unlocking theirs. Leona, a communications executive in Melbourne, was asked to help suppress a whistleblower's testimony within her company. Instead, she leaked the full transcripts to a government regulator. She lost her job. Her LinkedIn was swarmed with slander. But within months, her stand led to national reform in transparency policies. And eventually, she was appointed to lead an independent media ethics board. Leona didn't just endure backlash, she transformed it into legacy. Backlash isn't always fire. It can also be forge. It sharpens your voice, it carves out your convictions, and if stewarded with wisdom, it matures your message until it no longer sounds like vengeance, but vision. When you stop defending yourself and start declaring your purpose, something holy happens. People begin to listen differently. Have you ever considered that your greatest critics may one day quote you? Even Jesus, after being publicly humiliated, beaten and buried, rose, vindicated, glorified and unstoppable. And you, chosen one, are walking in that same pattern, death to reputation, resurrection into purpose. But still, let's not pretend this road is easy. The loneliest place in your journey wasn't the comment section. It was when friends disappeared, when mentors went silent, when collaborators turned cold. That loneliness didn't just sting, it tried to hollow you. And yet, even in that vacuum, God whispered, "Stay the course, I'm with you." Like the monarch butterfly, which must migrate thousands of miles alone, navigating storms, predators, and exhaustion, your flight is not for the weak. But in your wings is a map heaven wrote. And though others may not understand the path, your endurance is seeding generations. Have you noticed? The isolation that once crushed you is now becoming a sanctuary. The silence that once echoed with shame is now an altar for divine clarity. This isn't just healing, it's homecoming. You are no longer just the one who ended their fame. You are the one who stood when it cost everything. You are the one who refused to bow to false altars. You are the one who rose, not in bitterness but in truth. And that truth, no matter how contested, is now burning its way through culture, calling out the false, lifting up the broken, and preparing the way for justice that doesn't need permission to arrive. But what if the very solitude that wounded you also saved you? What if this sacred seclusion, painful as it is, became the forge where clarity was formed? Because when all the voices fell away, when the applause stopped and the crowd turned, you finally heard your own. And in that stillness, something unshakable awakened inside you. The silence no longer meant shame, it meant sanctification. Isolation, though brutal, became your teacher. It taught you not just who you are, but who you never were. You stopped needing approval to validate truth. You stopped chasing affirmation to feel worthy. You began to realize you were never crazy. You were just early, and those who walk ahead always walk alone. At first. But you are not the only one. All around the world, unseen allies are rising. Those who watched your courage from afar and found the strength to speak. Those who knew the illusion was false but didn't have language for their ache until you gave it to them. You're not a lone voice crying in the wilderness. You are a path maker, making straight the way for a culture starving for authenticity. Do you understand what you've become? A guardian, not of perfection but of truth. A steward of sacred disruption in a society addicted to artificial harmony. Like Elijah in the cave, you've asked, "God, am I the only one left?" And heaven replies, "There are more." But you were called to go first. 1 Kings 19. That's the weight of being chosen. You don't just speak truth. You become the place where truth takes refuge. There is a paradox in prophetic courage. The more aligned you become with heaven, the more the world resists you. Have you felt that tension? The closer you walk in clarity, the further others pull away. The moment you stop playing along, their tone changed. Not because you became harsh, but because you stopped shrinking. And in doing so, you shattered the myth that consensus equals truth. You've made the world your adversary, not out of rebellion, but out of righteousness. Because when truth confronts comfort, it will always be called conflict. And when justice threatens profit, it will always be painted as disorder. Dietrich Bonhoeffer, German theologian and anti-Nazi dissident, once said, "Not to speak is to speak, not to act is to act." He stood alone, resisting a regime of horror, and was executed for it. But his legacy outlived the Reich. He showed us that alienation isn't failure. It's often the birthplace of moral clarity. Sahar, a university counselor in Istanbul, refused to falsify student evaluations that would have boosted her department's funding. When she reported the fraud, she lost her position and was blackballed. But 3 years later, her case led to a national review policy that protected students from administrative abuse. Her voice wasn't erased, it was planted. A lotus flower does not ask for clean water. It rises from the mud, stretching upward through the murk, emerging in quiet glory. It blooms not because of its environment, but in spite of it. That's you. The beauty of your truth wasn't formed in pristine conditions. It was born from opposition, sharpened in the shadows, and lifted by a force the world cannot explain. It's hard, isn't it? To know your heart was pure, but still be cast as the enemy. To feel your soul crack under the pressure of carrying a truth no one wants to hear. To realize you're the one holding the flashlight while everyone else begs for darkness. But this is what sets you apart. You didn't just say the truth, you became it. You bore the weight of revelation. You carried the burden of seeing what others refused to acknowledge. And though it isolated you, it didn't break you. It built you into something eternal. Jesus said in John 15:18, "If the world hates you, keep in mind that it hated me first." That wasn't a warning. That was preparation. You weren't abandoned. You were initiated. So let the world rewrite you. Let them call you villain while heaven calls you vessel. Let them exile you from platforms. Let them strip away your comfort. Because every layer they removed only brought you closer to who you really are. You're not carrying a curse. You're carrying a commission. And the burden you bear now, the weight of inconvenient truth, is the very thing heaven is using to build foundations for the future. This is what happened when you ended their fame. You didn't just break a lie. You birthed a movement. You're not just a truth teller. You're the one heaven trusted to expose what others swore to protect. And that assignment, it's not glamorous, it's excruciating. You weren't called to the spotlight. You were called to lift the veil, to walk into rooms built on applause and pull back the curtain, revealing what was never meant to be seen. And the cost? It's written across your life. Lost relationships, shifting alliances, accusations, isolation, and the quiet ache of wondering if it would have been easier to stay silent. But the silence would have been louder than any backlash. Your call is not to comfort, it is to confront. And confrontation always extracts something, yet still you rise. Why? Because you weren't anointed for approval. You were anointed for alignment. You were given the weight not to crush you, but to carve you, to shape you into someone who could carry sacred truths without compromise. You now stand in the lineage of those who lit fires in forbidden places. Martin Luther King Jr., who walked into hatred armed with dreams. Ida B. Wells, who exposed the horror of lynchings and paid with her safety. They bore the cost of revelation, and so do you. You belong to that same legacy. You've been handed a torch that doesn't just illuminate, it cauterizes. It exposes corruption, but it also burns away the parts of you that longed to be liked. And in that burning, you were refined. You now carry what few can hold: the authority of the broken, the credibility of the crushed, and the clarity that only comes through fire. You are not alone. Do you feel the others gathering? Those drawn to your light, not because of your perfection, but because your honesty gave them permission to believe again. You thought you were fighting alone, but truth is magnetic. And even in the deafening noise of digital space, there are hearts listening, discerning, aligning. But still, you must wage war in places the world can't see. The digital battlefield is silent until it screams. One post, one thread, one reel, and suddenly the war begins. Not with bullets, but with slander, mockery, false equivalence, algorithmic exile. And yet you keep showing up, because you know that your voice wasn't crafted for trend cycles. It was fashioned for disruption, and even when your thread is buried, the seed has been planted. You've learned now. Truth doesn't just need to be spoken, it needs to be stewarded. Carefully, strategically. It's not enough to be right. You have to be rooted. Emotional stamina becomes your survival. Your endurance is no longer about strength. It's about sacred self-control. Because what good is truth if it's delivered without love? This isn't about winning debates. It's about awakening the sleeping. Have you noticed that when you speak from empathy, not ego, the impact lingers longer? That while outrage fades fast, quiet clarity leaves a mark. You're not fighting for victory over others. You're fighting for vision within them. It's messy, yes, but so is healing. Let's pause here to remember someone the world tried to cancel. Comedian and truth-teller Hannah Gadsby. Known first for her humor, she broke global expectations with her Netflix special Nanette, where she dismantled the performance of pain and exposed the commodification of trauma in entertainment. She faced backlash, mockery, and even confusion from fans who expected jokes, not justice. But she didn't back down. Her voice shifted the landscape, not by conforming, but by confronting. She taught millions that sometimes laughter is not healing, it's hiding. Chinelo, a tech analyst from Lagos, created an anonymous blog exposing unethical AI surveillance programs. After being doxxed, she was fired. Her family received threats, but her writing was picked up by a data rights group, translated into 7 languages, and used in a human rights policy submission at the United Nations. She never returned to her old job, but she never regretted choosing conscience over comfort. Like the snow-covered mountain that hides volcanic fire beneath, your calmness masks the pressure you've endured. But eruptions don't announce themselves, they transform landscapes. And so have you. You've scarred, but also sharpened. Each attack taught you where your armor was weak. Each accusation taught you how to speak with greater clarity. What used to wound now weaves into wisdom. You're not just reacting anymore, you're reshaping. Not just surviving, strategizing. And heaven is still backing you. You may never be viral, but you are vital. You may not trend, but you will be trusted. And when the war of noise dies down, your name will remain, etched not in digital feeds, but in the deeper record of those who refuse to bow to illusion. Because when you ended their fame, you did more than pull down a platform. You reclaimed the purpose they abandoned. They may never admit it publicly, but your endurance has started to shift something. You're not just standing, you're shining. And that light, forged in silence and fire, has become a compass for those who have grown weary of confusion, deception, and noise. Your resilience is no longer just your own. It's a public witness to what clarity can create. Have you noticed how your very presence is changing the temperature in rooms you walk into? Why do people hesitate before challenging you now? Why do former critics now study your every word in secret? Could it be that the clarity you carry, though resisted, is finally being recognized as rare? This battlefield is invisible, but its wounds are real. You fought without a sword and bled without a wound, and yet your scars now speak more loudly than your status ever could. While the world rushes towards spectacle, you've become a sanctuary of substance. You didn't just reject viral illusions, you dismantled them, one moment of truth at a time, one decision of quiet integrity at a time. It wasn't fame you sought, but freedom, and that freedom came with a cost. Jesus modeled this when he confronted the Pharisees in Matthew 23, publicly calling out their hypocrisy while knowing the backlash would be violent. He said, "You clean the outside of the cup and dish, but inside they are full of greed and self-indulgence." Matthew 23:25. He didn't whisper the truth, he declared it, and in doing so, he became the target of those who feared exposure more than evil itself. Why do you think people resist your clarity? Why does insight offend more than ignorance? Why are those who love illusions the first to label you as divisive? Because your clarity threatens the economy of comfort. Because once you see, you can't unsee. And once you speak, you make it impossible for others to hide in the lie. British documentary filmmaker and humanitarian Louis Theroux is no stranger to this tension. Known for calmly entering volatile environments and asking simple, disarming questions, he's exposed the contradictions of extremism, celebrity cults, and media bias without raising his voice. He once said, "You don't have to shout to be heard, you just have to be clear and unshakable." Your clarity carries the same weight, not because it's loud, but because it refuses to be manipulated. Tanya, a data ethics consultant from Bucharest, was hired to evaluate the algorithm of a massive educational platform. What she uncovered was appalling. The system penalized poor students by flagging their behavior as non-compliant, lowering their content visibility. When she brought it to the board, they offered her silence money. Instead, she published her findings and became the subject of lawsuits and public smearing. She lost contracts, but 6 months later, the EU launched an investigation using her work as a framework for regulation. Tanya didn't chase the spotlight. She exposed what it was hiding. But how do you keep going when standing alone with vision feels like punishment? When seeing clearly leads to deeper loneliness, not deeper connection? When the very clarity you carry separates you from those you used to walk with? Because clarity doesn't just show you what's wrong with the world, it shows you what you can never return to. Clarity is not clean. It is costly. Moses knew this. He saw clearly when no one else did. While Israel danced around a golden calf, he came down from the mountain with fire in his eyes and stone tablets in his arms. Exodus 32. He shattered the idol, not just physically, but symbolically, and it cost him their favor, but that moment also defined him, because clarity always demands confrontation before it delivers covenant. A jellyfish, seemingly delicate, is transparent, untethered, and moved by the rhythm of the sea. But what's often missed is that it survives with precision. It doesn't fight the current, it adapts. It doesn't chase applause, it flows with internal knowing. Your clarity is like that. You don't resist for the sake of rebellion. You move with truth, and that movement disrupts everything pretending to be stable. Why does clarity isolate before it activates? Why does it feel like a curse before it becomes your compass? Why do you question your sanity when you're seeing with more accuracy than ever? Because the truth will first make you lonely before it makes you effective. And because discernment is a divine gift, one not everyone is ready to honor. And that's why you've become dangerous to illusion, not because you shouted, but because you saw. Not because you destroyed, but because you revealed. Not because you sought power, but because you stewarded purity. You didn't end their fame to watch them fall. You ended their fame so truth could rise. And the clarity you now carry, that weight forged through conflict, silence, fire, and exile, is the very thing that will guide generations out of deception and into discernment. And that, chosen one, is why they feared you all along. You were never meant to simply observe the illusion. You were born to expose it. And that act, disruptive as it may be, is holy. When you pulled back the veil, you didn't just disturb one person's curated persona. You shattered a cultural trance. Why is it that we build idols only to defend their perfection, even when it becomes clear they are flawed? Why do we project our hopes onto strangers, then punish anyone who dares remind us of their humanity? Because the illusion is easier than the truth, and your voice threatens what the illusion was built to protect. Your act of unveiling didn't come from bitterness, it came from sacred obedience. You told the truth not to destroy, but to liberate. And still, they called you dangerous. They labeled your clarity as cruelty, your honesty as harm. But what they feared wasn't your voice, it was the mirror you held up. You didn't just expose a crack in the glass, you revealed that the entire frame was held together by fantasy. When the prophet Nathan confronted King David over his secret sin, he didn't attack with violence. He spoke with piercing accuracy. 2 Samuel 12. You are the man. That sentence shattered David's delusion and opened the door for repentance and redemption. Like Nathan, your role is not to condemn, but to confront, so that truth can begin its healing work. Of course, the fallout is violent. The spotlight, once warm with admiration, turns into a searchlight hunting for flaws in you. Have you felt it? The shift from praised to persecuted? From ally to threat, from invited guest to public enemy. This isn't just intellectual backlash, it's deeply emotional. Because you didn't just challenge their story, you challenged their safety. And when people feel unsafe, they look for someone to blame. Have you noticed how the loudest attacks often come from those who once adored you? Why is it that they turn so quickly? Why do defenders of the illusion always aim to break the one who told the truth? Because in a world built on image, the truth teller is always the most dangerous person in the room. When you shine light on imperfection, you aren't being cruel, you're restoring reality. You're inviting culture to grow up. You're declaring by your very being that strength is not found in curated flawlessness, but in honest evolution. Desmond Doss, a devout Christian and medic during World War II, refused to carry a weapon. Ridiculed and beaten by his fellow soldiers for his stance, he later saved 75 lives during the Battle of Okinawa without firing a single shot. For his courage, he was awarded the Medal of Honor. Doss didn't break the illusion with speeches. He did it by standing firmly in his convictions. Your courage holds the same disruptive strength, not violent, but undeniable. Anya, a brand consultant from Oslo, once worked with a high-profile influencer whose public image was built on philanthropy. In truth, the influencer diverted donations to fund luxury expenses. When Anya exposed this, she was blacklisted from the industry, but her story ignited a wave of disclosures across Europe's influencer economy, inspiring new accountability standards. Anya lost clients, but she reclaimed integrity. So how do you survive when your integrity becomes their inconvenience? When your exposure of illusion makes you the villain in their viral script? You set boundaries. You learn to separate hate from correction, projection from truth. You stop absorbing every insult as an indictment of your soul, and you begin discerning what is here to refine me and what is here to derail me. Do you feel the ripple already starting? A whisper behind closed doors, a message that says, "I saw what you did. It gave me courage." A conversation that quietly questions what was once accepted without pause. Why do you think these whispers matter more than applause? Because real change never begins in the spotlight. It starts in the margins, where truth can grow undisturbed. The ripple you've set in motion is holy. Jesus said in Luke 8:17, "For there is nothing hidden that will not be disclosed, and nothing concealed that will not be known or brought out into the open." This is what your act has done. You've accelerated the unveiling. And though they may never give you credit, heaven already has. Your impact is like the cracking of a glacial iceberg. At first it's quiet, a shift here, a fracture there. But then the weight of reality can no longer be contained, and the ice breaks, sending ripples across the sea. Entire coastlines feel what began in silence. You are that kind of shift, the kind that moves slowly, then all at once, the kind that doesn't ask for applause, but makes the atmosphere pay attention. Culture is not set in stone. It bends toward those who refuse to bend with it. Your voice, though bruised and maligned, has shifted something. One act of honesty, one decision to speak, one refusal to bow. And now 1,000 eyes are beginning to open. The storm will pass, the heat will fade, but what you built in the middle of that fire, that will last. Your voice didn't just end a cycle, it echoed across hearts that had long been silenced, and though you couldn't hear them at first, the ripple began. One person whispered, then another spoke, then another stood. What once felt like a solitary fight became a quiet revolution. Could it be that your stand was never meant to be the final word, but the first domino? Could your decision to reveal the truth be the catalyst that others needed to say, "Me too"? Why do you think so many remained quiet until you moved first? Why did your vulnerability unlock their courage? Why does it take one who has nothing left to lose to open a path for those afraid to risk even comfort? Because Your truth didn't just shake their illusion, it stirred their conscience. You didn't build a following, you activated a remnant. The long-term impact of what you started is still unfolding, but already the static is thinning. Already truth is reclaiming digital ground. And though the backlash has been sharp, the seed has taken root. This is no longer just about your healing, this is about collective redemption. Paul, writing to the Galatians, once said, "Am I now trying to win the approval of human beings or of God? If I were still trying to please people, I would not be a servant of Christ." Galatians 1:10. You made the same choice. You chose obedience over optics. You traded applause for assignment. And though the pain is real, the purpose is louder. Still, it hurt. Because the risk of vulnerability is real. Vulnerability, misread by many as weakness, is actually your sword. Not sharp to wound, but precise to open. You exposed your scars. You spoke the things no one else dared to name. You let the crowd see what perfection tries to bury. And that, chosen one, is the kind of power that can't be faked. Have you wondered why vulnerability feels so terrifying? Why transparency stings more than silence? Why people mock what they secretly admire? Because your openness reflects their repression. You chose to be real in a world that trades masks like currency. And in doing so, you created disruption, divine, uncomfortable, necessary disruption. Let's turn to one example. Brené Brown, renowned researcher and speaker on vulnerability. In a culture obsessed with image, she stepped onto TED's global stage and said, "Vulnerability is not weakness, it's our greatest measure of courage." Millions didn't just applaud, they wept, because her truth stripped their denial. Like you, she walked into a world that feared emotional honesty and broke its silence. Evan, a youth pastor in Rio de Janeiro, lived a double life for years, preaching purity while hiding his struggles with anxiety, debt, and addiction to approval. When he publicly confessed, his ministry split. Some left, others leaned in. But a year later, that vulnerability birthed a new movement. Hundreds of young leaders now meet weekly, not to perform perfection, but to grow in transparency. He lost a platform but found his voice. Why is it that exposing your pain creates more healing than hiding your strength? Why does your honesty feel threatening to those still clinging to performance? Why does your brokenness, when stewarded with courage, build more connection than their curated image ever could? Because vulnerability is the birth canal of transformation. It makes people uncomfortable because it cannot be controlled. It breaks the algorithm. It doesn't scale well. It doesn't trend easily. But it speaks, soul to soul. And that's what creates movements, not just moments. The sea glass is a remnant of something once shattered, broken, discarded, weathered by waves. But over time, the ocean softens its edges, reshapes its form, and sends it back to shore, beautiful in ways it never was before. That's your story. You weren't destroyed, you were refined. And now, with softened edges and sharpened vision, you are reshaping the very narratives that once rejected you. Stories move culture. Viral narratives aren't just entertainment, they're power. They instruct, manipulate, distract. And your assignment is not just to break false stories, but to rewrite them with truth. Why do you think your version of the story isn't welcome in the room? Why do the popular myths get platformed while your lived reality gets ignored? Why does your retelling feel like a threat instead of a contribution? Because you refuse to flatten complexity. Your story includes contradiction. It holds paradox. It embraces tension. And that kind of narrative doesn't sell as fast, but it heals far deeper. Esther rewrote a narrative by walking into a room where she wasn't expected to speak. Her voice saved a nation. But before that, her story was invisible. Her truth had no platform. And yet, God used her voice to reverse a verdict. Esther 4-7. You too have stepped into a moment where your words don't just interrupt, they redeem. So now, chosen one, your voice isn't just content, it's correction, it's construction, it's compassion wrapped in clarity. And though it may not go viral, it will go eternal. Courage is not a costume you wear when the crowd approves. It is a mantle you carry when the crowd turns. When your name is dragged through dirt, not because you lied, but because you told the truth too loudly. And you, chosen one, didn't just whisper. You stood tall and let the wind carry your conviction. That choice birthed consequences, real ones. But it also marked you as one who walks with heaven's armor, not man's applause. Why do you think the cost was so high? Why did they panic when you pulled back the veil? Why did your voice suddenly feel like a threat, not a testimony? Because you weren't just sharing information, you were shattering illusions. You broke the mirror that let people pretend. The moment David stepped onto the battlefield, his courage exposed the cowardice of Israel's army. 1 Samuel 17. He didn't just defeat Goliath, he revealed who had been hiding behind status and fear. You did the same. You called out what was comfortable. And now the arrows are flying not because you're wrong, but because you're disruptive. Nelson Mandela, locked away for decades, didn't lose his voice. He refined it. And when the world was finally ready to hear him, it wasn't the applause he chased. It was reconciliation. He endured prison, not just for freedom, but for moral clarity. Like you, he understood. Real courage is never clean. It bleeds, but it also heals. Jade was a small-town teacher who refused to adjust her grades to please wealthy donors. Her quiet defiance sparked outrage from the school board. She lost her job, but 6 months later, dozens of students rallied, and a regional investigation uncovered systemic cheating. She didn't go viral, but she broke a cycle. Her courage cost her comfort, but earned her legacy. Even the oak tree must endure decades of storm and drought before it earns its name. Its strength is forged not in fair weather, but in resistance. Its roots grow deeper as the winds grow fiercer. Your journey has mirrored this natural law. The more resistance you faced, the deeper your foundation became. Why do you think God allows such storms after acts of obedience? Why does the backlash hit harder after you speak with truth? Why does clarity often lead to isolation, not celebration? Because heaven's movements rarely resemble earth's metrics. You're not building followers, you're birthing freedom. But even the bold grow weary. Even the chosen need rest. That's why God sends hidden allies, not the loud ones, the quiet reinforcements, the ones who watch from afar, nod in silence, and wait for the right moment to step forward. The Elijahs who think they are the last left, until God reminds them, I have reserved 7,000 in Israel, all whose knees have not bowed to Baal. 1 Kings 19:18. Your whisper ignites theirs. Have you noticed the ones who message you privately, saying, I see you, even when the public stays silent? Have you felt the strength of strangers who echo your words in their own circles? This is not coincidence. This is kingdom multiplication. Your obedience stirred hidden ones into alignment. Rosa Parks wasn't the first to resist the bus system, but she was the one God chose to ignite a movement. Her courage was contagious. Like yours, it didn't seek applause. It sparked awakening. And now your network is forming. Not a fan base, a fellowship, a remnant that values truth over trend. They are drawn not to your popularity, but to your integrity. You are not alone, even when you feel abandoned. The battlefield of viral culture is littered with distractions. Algorithms scream louder than honesty. Trends rise faster than truth. But in this chaos, your moral compass is your weapon. It doesn't just help you survive. It anchors you to your eternal assignment. Why do you think your values have been tested so often lately? Why are you repeatedly placed in situations where compromise seems easier than confrontation? Why is the price of staying aligned so steep? Because you're walking with a compass designed for elevation, not comfort. Jesus didn't navigate by popularity. When offered the kingdoms of the world in exchange for one bow, he refused. Matthew 4:8-10. You too have been offered platforms in exchange for silence, influence in exchange for dilution. But like Christ, you said no. And that refusal, though costly, preserved your soul. So here you are, bruised but not broken, outnumbered but not outclassed, quietly rebuilding what the storm couldn't erase, your assignment. And if they ask how you survived the backlash, how you stayed kind in the midst of chaos, how you never let the venom harden your spirit, just smile and say, I didn't survive because I was liked. I survived because I was aligned. The truth you released didn't stop at the screen. It's still moving, rippling through dinner tables, offices, schools, faith communities. It leapt out of pixels and planted itself into real-world reckonings. Conversations that once felt taboo are now being had. Systems that once felt unshakable are now trembling. Your obedience in a digital space has initiated revival in physical places. And the waves haven't stopped. They won't. What you revealed wasn't just commentary, it was prophecy. This is the holy echo of your disruption. Awareness rising where ignorance once reigned. Accountability replacing blind loyalty. People waking up from curated illusions. This is no small thing. You've become part of a reformation unfolding in real time. One that stretches beyond feeds and headlines into policy, practice, and personal transformation. Do you realize that truth is never confined to its moment? That your post, your words, your courage, it became a seed? And now, long after the applause faded and the noise died down, it's still bearing fruit. This is why God trusted you with it. Because he knew you wouldn't just expose the lie. You'd endure what followed. This is the anatomy of a viral reckoning. It doesn't come quietly. It strikes like a tectonic fault line ripping through culture's polished floorboards. First comes outrage, then denial, then the frantic scrambling to preserve what's already collapsing. Have you felt the pressure of being the one standing in that seismic center? Have you wrestled with the grief of seeing what's breaking and knowing you didn't cause it, only revealed it? In 2 Samuel 12, the prophet Nathan approached King David after his secret sins had poisoned the palace. He told a simple story. Then he said, "You are the man." 2 Samuel 12:7. That confrontation didn't just correct David, it shifted the future of a kingdom. You've been carrying that same mantle, the one that doesn't yell, but cuts clean through delusion with just one sentence. Edward Snowden, a former intelligence contractor, became one of the most famous whistleblowers in the world when he exposed a massive secret surveillance program by the US government. His revelations didn't just shake headlines, they shook global trust in systems once seen as untouchable. For speaking out, he lost his country, his career, his anonymity. But he gained something eternal. The truth could no longer be denied. Like you, he didn't seek destruction. He sought clarity. And that clarity forced the world to rethink everything. Your courage has bridged the virtual and the physical. It's proven that tweets can shake towers and whispers of truth can rewrite entire policies. This is no longer about cancel culture. It's about kingdom culture. The kind that doesn't bow to algorithms but obeys the unction of the Spirit. But such obedience requires patience. Viral culture demands speed, reaction, fire-for-fire exchanges that burn hot but quickly fade. But your assignment, this holy disruption, requires something deeper, patience forged in the furnace of restraint. The kind of patience Jesus displayed when he stood silent before Pilate. The kind that lets false witnesses speak first, because heaven will always have the final word. Why do you think you felt such tension between speaking and staying silent, between reacting and reflecting? Because the enemy knows what's at stake. If he can rush you, he can reduce you. But if you wait on the Lord, your timing becomes a weapon. Isaiah 40:31 declares, "But those who wait on the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles." And so, you're not falling. You're rising because you waited, because you resisted the need to clap back and chose to plant instead. A pine tree doesn't rush to bloom. It anchors deep, builds slow, and withstands harsh winters. When it finally rises, it becomes a shelter for generations. You are that pine. Viral moments come and go, but you've built something that endures. Your patience isn't passive, it's prophetic. And now you are part of a living archive, a sacred record of those who stood for truth when it cost everything. Your legacy isn't the backlash, it's the awakening. It's the voice that kept others from silencing themselves. It's the quiet revolution that won't be televised, but will be remembered in eternity. So take heart. What they mocked in the moment will be honored in the aftermath. What they tried to bury has become the blueprint. What they called destruction was actually reformation. And what you endured has become an invitation for others to rise. Because of you, the next voice won't have to whisper. And so, chosen one, you didn't scream. You didn't beg to be believed. You simply stood. And in that quiet stance, you dismantled what the world once thought was untouchable. What they called rebellion was actually restoration. What they mistook for defiance was divine alignment. And though the crowds changed, the truth never did. You didn't end their fame with bitterness. You ended it with brilliance. And in doing so, you've cleared space, not just for yourself, but for a generation tired of shadows and starving for something real. So, keep shining, keep standing, keep speaking. And if this message resonated with your spirit, I want you to comment below. I carry the truth, and I will not bow. Share this word with someone else who's been falsely labeled or fearfully silenced. It might be the exact confirmation they've been crying out for. Click like if this stirred something in you. Subscribe if you're hungry for more messages like this one. And don't forget to turn on that notification bell so you never miss a divine download. To every soul who's supported this channel through your presence, your words, or your super thanks, thank you. Whether you give or simply listen in silence, your presence here matters more than you know. You're helping spread truth into a world trained to forget it. And finally, I bless you. I bless your voice to remain steady even when it trembles. I bless your path to be clear even when the crowd walks away. I bless your legacy, not to go viral, but to go eternal. And I declare this over your life. You will not be buried by their lies. You will be elevated by your truth. In Jesus' name, amen.